Hey, Zero. Okay, yes, no. That one shows up. Why does the other one never show up properly? I have it saved here. I remember looking it over. I don't remember what the issue was. Like, I have it on my screen here, but I do not remember what the... Where are we here? This. uh, Noctis. It's not doing what it was designed to do. Right. Yeah, I remember that. I don't remember what you had. Know what? Copy that here. I'm gonna put that here. Really only wins if it can storm artifacts, but it doesn't. But you're not trying to storm artifacts, correct? So what are you trying to get your deck to do? I think might be the... Huh. There we are. Okay, now that works. Alright, I'm going to have to... Whoops. I'm going to have to do that so I can see stuff better. Alright. Noctis does what? You can cast... That lets you recast your artifacts. Okay. If you're just trying to... I wonder if, and I haven't taken a good look at it. I wonder if part of the problem might be you have too many cost reducers. Because cost reducers are great, but they are really good when you are trying to cast a bunch of spells in a single turn. They are incredibly good for casting a bunch of spells in a single turn. if you are only looking at wanting to cast a handful of cards, like a couple of cards a turn sort of thing, then you want cost reducers less, and you're more likely to want something that can actually generate, like that will actually generate mana instead. So I wonder if that might actually end up being part of the problem. Which sounds like a weird thing to consider a problem. My mana is too efficient, but that could be a thing that we're looking at. So let me take a quick scan at this. You just make stuff big. Spells you cost from your graveyard, so that's a cost reducer. Cost reducer. Whenever you cast it, activate abilities, less relevant there. Cost reducer. Mendicant might count there as well. That reduces itself. That's different. Cost reducer. Cost reducer. I don't see anything here that I recognize as... Oh, Semblance Anvil cost reducer. I wonder if that might be part of what you're running into. Like I said, cost reducers are, they're great, but they can very easily lead you down a path of being able to being able to cast a bunch of spells in a single turn. And I know when I came out with, I think it was my Color's control deck, I know I've got a healthy amount of... No, it wasn't this deck. What deck was it? Yeah, making it almost too easy to overextend, exactly. Where are you? Like you're gonna want some amount of cost reduction, don't get me wrong, but you don't want to overdo it. Oh, here we are. It's cost reducers. Yeah, I've got 7 in here, but I also recognize that with my colorless stack, I have a lot of stuff that's 6, 7, 8, 9. My commander's 10 mana. And so it makes it easier for this deck. If you take a look at my curve, for example, here. Look at everything that I've got that's like 6 mana and up. I've got, what, 7 and 6 is 13, 14, 15, 16. I've got 16 here. That's 6 and up. So 1 in 6 cards. If I add the 5s, that's now 26, which makes a quarter, a full quarter in my deck is 5 mana or more. So a deck like this, it makes a little more sense. But when your stuff tends to be less expensive, I'm seeing a lot more threes, threes and fours in this list. Let's see if I can see this by group by mana value. Yeah, you've got one 6 drop, two 7 drops, and one 11 drop, and only three 5 drops. Your curve is really low. For the most part, you stop at 4. So having a lot of cost reduction in there is going to make it easy to plow through your deck. So there's a couple ways to mitigate that. Well, there's a couple ways to deal with that. One, realize that step one, regardless, is realize this is what your deck is doing. It's a fairly low cost deck with a bunch of ways to reduce the cost. So a lot of your stuff ends up being like, how easy is it to get, even a free arcane signet? It's not difficult to get that. Even something like Chief of the Foundry, it's not impossible that, midway through the game, you're casting something that's a 3-drop or even a 4-drop and not paying mana for it, or you're paying like 1. So, you can either embrace that, or you can take a look and go, this is not what I want the deck to do. And so, what you can do is you can either put in more expensive cards with the understanding that it's going to end up costing more. Like it'll cost less than what it says in the top right corner, but it will feel more like your 6-drop will feel more like a 5-drop. Your 7-drop will feel more like a 5 or a 6, etc., etc., and put more higher mana value stuff in there. A second option is just like I'd almost rather increase the overall mana value than moving cost reducers, because some of the yeah, exactly. And so what you might want to look at is some of the stuff that's good, but is there and it sounds counterintuitive. But the way this deck is designed and the way you want it to be, is there a more expensive card that has a similar effect? Maybe on a better body. So, is it unreasonable to put whatchamacallit, Coveted Jewel or Dreamstone Hedron in here, for example? 6 mana artifact that taps to generate 3. Okay, you're going to be casting it for, more than likely, you're casting it for 5 or maybe 4. The Dreamstone Hedron having the benefit that you can sack it at some point and draw 3 more cards. Coveted Jewel, when you gain control of it, either from it coming into play or getting it back off of somebody else, gets you 3 more cards. And that arguably might be the better option, because you can redraw that 3 cards multiple times. So I'm not seeing anything that the problem is I'm not really seeing cards that jump out at me as being bad. I'm seeing a deck that's very easy to cast with enough cost reduction and enough ways of generating extra mana. uh, I do not remember how this was categorized initially. I think it was like this. But everything's low to the ground. You run less land than I'm comfortable running. And this is this is how you build your decks. You know, I'm not going to say you should run more, you shouldn't run more. The other thing is I tend to run more lands, but your land, like the list of lands that I'm seeing here, are pretty much all just I'm here to produce. No, no, that's perfectly fine. The lands I'm seeing here are here to produce mana, and that's it. And there's nothing wrong with that. But if you take a look at, oh, I'll bring my colors control back up for a moment. I'm just going to ignore most of this stuff. From here down is my lands. So, 15, 24, I'm running 44 lands. Okay. But 6 of them, this is specifically a control deck. 6 of them are here to blow up other lands. So you can basically consider these guys spells that take a land slot instead. And there's other lands too that I would not consider quote unquote stable lands. Like a stable land is one that barring somebody doing something, you can assume is going to stay in play turn after turn after turn. Like Guildless Commons, you play it and it's going to stay in play turn after turn unless somebody does a Ghost Quarter or some other or Armageddon or whatever. Unless somebody else does something, it's going to stick around. A land that I would not consider stable would be something like Mirrored Landscape, because it's not unreasonable that at some point you're going to sacrifice this, quite possibly, turn 3, turn 3, turn 4, and dig out 2 lands and you're going to sack this to find lands. Treasure Vault, I would probably consider the same thing. Command Beacon, I think I would consider relatively stable. But a lot of these cards here, under the other effects category, I would not consider stable, which is part of why my land count is up to 44 with this. These, my strip effects up here, I would not consider stable at all. I expect to maybe use them for a couple of turns, and then at some point I sack them for some kind of effect. Usually blowing up another land, Blast Zone blowing up other permanents, Quicksand, killing a creature. Crystal Vein I would not consider stable. Even the Temple of the False God, I would. So, what you might want to, so another thing that you could look into is you could increase your land count and add more lands that have, like, that are more, add more utility lands. And almost every deck is going to have use for some kind of utility land. Something like this, I could see. Is it Mishra's Foundry I'm thinking of? No. Urza's Factory you could look into, as an example. Or you could look into, whoops. Or again, there's nothing wrong with running a couple of cards like Strip Mine, Ghost Quarters, some, Demolition Field, something of that nature. Because there's always going to be somebody running a land that you need to deal with. You want a black deck to, to play a little more fair. You blow up their Cabal coffers. You want you've got these new lands from Edge of Eternities that can, that can generate giant amounts of mana, or you crew them and they eventually become big creatures or whatever. Having a couple of answers to that is never a bad plan. So there are a few ways to deal with this. I would probably start off with taking a look at some of the cards that you've got and go, and again, it sounds weird, but is there a higher mana value card that does something similar? Because, like, mana value, you've got 18 2-drops and 22 3-drops. That's almost, that's what, 38 cards. 48. Yeah, more than half your deck, including your lands, is 4 mana or less. Yeah, you're gonna need. I would probably take out. I would probably take out some of the things. I might take out Felwardstone as an example. I also don't think you need. Like, I'm looking at 18. 18? Yeah, 18 2-drops. The bulk of which is mana producing artifacts. That means it's not unlikely you'll have 2 of them in your opening hand. I think you are going to end up. I would probably cut some of the smaller mana rocks and put in something bigger. And bigger can be anything from, like, you could cut Arcane Signet as an example. Not, or actually, Felwardstone is probably the one I would cut. I would cut first, because you have enough signets and stuff. You don't need. You have enough signets. You have enough talismans. I might start there and put in something like oh, what are you called? Thran, is it not Thran Foundry? Thran Dynamo. Uh, Frantic Search is also another one of those cards where, I mean, I I get why decks in general would play it, but you could just as easily run like I don't think the untapping lands point of it is as necessary in a deck like this. Especially since you're running at this point one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8, 9, 10. Out of your 18 2-drops, you're running at least 11 mana rocks. Because some of these I don't recognize as what they are off the top of my head. And I'm not counting Ethereum Sculptor, which you could also count as one. And I'm like, you. That feels like a lot. And Frantic Search is not going to help as much for something like that. So I would be more likely to put in a card like Sift. Uh, which will not untap your lands and is sorcery speed, but it does go a card deeper. Or if you can, isn't there a draw 4? This one. If you're looking for a card along the lines of Frantic Search, and you care less about the untapping, gee, I know, right? Something like Prying Eyes might actually not be awful. You're in. Whoops, wrong one. You're in Azorius. Not Azorius. You're in Esper. So the red ones are not going to help. Yeah. So I'm looking at the. And what is he actually? He just cares about being able to cast artifacts. Go away. He cares about being able to cast artifacts from your graveyard. I mean, that being said, you also have, like I said before, you have access to Dreamstone Hedron, which, a card like Dreamstone Hedron, you can sack it to draw cards. You can then replay it with Noctis, sack it again, draw more cards, and if you're able to have it not enter with counters, you're basically looking at. I mean, it sounds expensive, but for every 9 mana, you're drawing 3 cards. It's easy enough with the way your deck is currently set up to bring that down to 6 mana. So basically, for every 2 mana, you're drawing a card. You can also start looking at Hedron Archive. has a similar effect. So it's I might start off cutting some of the smaller ramp and putting some of the bigger ramp in. And I would look at some of the less expensive effects and see if there's a better, well, not if there's a better card for it, but if there's a higher mana value card. That's, I don't know, 6, 7 mana, somewhere around there. That does something your deck needs. That you are likely to actually cast for something in that range. Because like Thought Modder, this card is not unreasonable to be casting for like 3 mana. um, pardon me. Ancient Stone Idol, I am not uncomfortable with. Um, Even if you have no cost reducers out, you can have this come out as like, be spending like 6, because you don't need to be attacked for a lot for it to be worth playing. You can actually cast this probably pretty reasonably for about 7 mana. Just as is. Like, just as is, or being attacked with like 3 creatures. Cool, because the other thing is, this is a 10 mana, ignoring everything, ignoring the rest of the deck. This is a 10 mana 12/12 trample with flash that when it dies leaves behind a 6/12 trample. Ignoring the rest of the deck, this is already an efficient creature. If you're looking for something that's largely there just to be a warm body, like a decent warm body, but it's realistically it's just a warm body, Ancient Stone Idol is actually going to be really good. Meteor Golem, cost reducers or not, just being able to blow up almost anything. Meteor Golem being able to blow up anything that's not a land. Noctis being able to recur it. And then you can have, let's say 3 strip mine effects in your list somewhere. The other thing is, I'm not sold on on having Entomb in this deck. Is that the only card you have here that does that? Buried Alive. And when I'm looking at Buried Alive and Entomb, I'm looking at cards that will specifically grab cards from your library and put them into your graveyard. Then, yeah, I would probably not bother with those two. I'll be honest. Just because when it's only the two, it's going to be a lot more inconsistent. if I pull up my Gender Reanimator deck, I have 7 cards in here whose job it is to search your library for a card, usually a creature card, because it's a Reanimator deck, but search my library for a card and put it in my graveyard. And because I've got, because I've got a few cards that do that, having something like Entomb or Buried Alive, it's not I have Entomb and I have Buried Alive. It's kind of like the problems that I often have with like the 1-mana cantrip spells in Commander. Running Brainstorm is, or Ponder or Preordain are fine, but to make it really worth your while, you really need to run like at least a dozen of those kind of effects. With a Reanimator deck, because I've got cards that can search for it in my library and put into my graveyard, and ways to discard the card, because sometimes the card's going to end up in your hand instead. Between those two, I've got like 14 copies. Yeah. So maybe expect that you're not going to be searching for them, in which case you might as well cut them, and expect that it's going to be more likely that you're either going to draw into them, in which case I might suggest a card like what's it called? Book of Wrath, which is a card that for Commander I really like. And even like it's only had 2 printings, and regardless, it's still under $1. It looks expensive. It kind of is, but the activation is also pumpable. And it doesn't require colored mana at all. And so, well, I've got enough to cast it, so it cost me 6. Oh, look, I got 6 spare mana. Okay. I'll pay 6 mana and 6 life, and I'll draw 3 cards. Obviously, if you're running cards like that, you're going to want stuff that can help mitigate the life loss. But being able to either draw into your cards and discard them, or being able to, or your other option is just simply, cool, they died because of X. Alright, time to start recasting them. Thoughtcast says it's 5. It's probably no more than 2 mana in this deck. You're drawing 2 cards. I don't think I would... I think I would be looking for something that cost a bit more, that did more. I'm avoiding things that require... yeah. Oh no, I get it. Believe me, I get it. But there are black cards that can gain you life as well. Black is probably, quite possibly the second, I think it's the number 2 color for lifelink. And it's not even, like, white and black have cornered the market on lifelink. good luck trying to find it elsewhere. It's almost like if you're looking at computer stuff, and it's like for a Windows based machine, you're looking at Intel or AMD, and if you're looking at graphics cards, it's AMD or NVIDIA. Anybody else trying to get in, good luck. You want lifelink, you are looking at white and or black. And number 3 is probably colorless, and that's like, you know, black and white are up, black and white are up here, and then colorless is like down here, and everybody else is like below the screen. So you can very easily build a mono black, and that's the other thing. Black also has a habit of draining life from people. So there's that, there's those, there's Disciple of the Vault and similar effects. There is what the is it Death Greeter I'm thinking of? When a creature dies, you gain life. Whoops. Yeah, whenever another creature dies, you may gain 1 life. Doesn't have to be an artifact creature, and it doesn't have to be yours. So you can actually mitigate that life loss a lot more easily than it first appears. Hey, Smite. So you have option, and like I said, you're in black, you're in white. You have ways to mitigate the life loss. I wouldn't fret about it too hard. And the other thing is, because the other thing that you want to keep in mind is, Noctis says you pay its mana cost and, and 3 life. And, to be able to recast from your graveyard. Ideally, you want that 3 life to count for more. So, for example, if you recast, let's say, Meteor Golem, well, that's 7 mana and 3 life. You're paying like roughly 1 life for every 2 mana. If you're recasting Filigree Familiar, you're paying 3 mana and 3 life. So you want that life loss to be stretched further. And the other thing is, like I've said, I'll keep saying this. Too many people worry about how big their creatures that their the creatures their opponents have are, and don't play enough straight hard removal, which you can do even in red. People see a 6/6 creature and they're like, wow, that thing is big. How am I going to deal with that? You're playing black. You have all sorts of answers to make somebody either sacrifice a creature or destroy target creature that falls into a certain subset. Or even Fell nowadays at 2 mana as a sorcery, which has no restriction apart from being a sorcery. Um, 2 and 3 mana in black, just outright kill a creature. You're done with it. White, 1 and 2 mana. You are either destroying or exiling a creature. And probably giving your opponent something for it, but oh well. Um, Green's popularity is probably going to end up having to go with, well, I play a few more creatures that have got Death Touch, and cool. Now I've got a fight spell, or alternatively a bite spell, and again, somewhere in the 1 to 3 mana range. Even better if it's a bite spell. Blue doesn't have a lot, but it has some, and it usually boils down to turning it into something a lot less harmful. Turning it into a, like Raven form, turning it into a 1/1 flyer. Would you rather and exiling it in the meantime. Would you rather deal with this giant 6/6, beast pounding you all the time? Or 1/1 flying bird? Probably the 1/1 flying bird. White, blue, black. Red is probably going to have to spend the most. Again, and I'm assuming you're not stretching into a second color. Red is going to have to spend the most, but you get your Aftershock, your Fisher, but you also do get other options as well. Tybalt's Trickery is a great counter spell that needs to see more play in Commander. It just might be the best counter spell in Commander, in my opinion. It's at least, number 1 for colors that are not known for having counter spells. It also has its various polymorph and chaos warp and similar effects at lower mana costs. And there's even what's called Wild Magic Surge. Yeah, Wild Magic Surge. If what is probably the most dangerous creature they've got, or there's very few cards they have that are more dangerous than that, is already in play. You pay 2 mana, you blow it up. They flip over until they hit another, well, if it's an artifact creature, till they hit an artifact or creature, etc. And they get that instead. It's also destroy target permanent an opponent controls. You can actually hit land with it, which is highly unusual. Oh wow, I just realized Wild Magic Surge might actually be worth playing in Vintage, at least in a sideboard. Vintage doesn't ton. Vintage and like certain decks do not run a lot of lands at all. And Vintage is one of them formats. This might actually be worth playing there. Huh. Distracted throws, distracted news. I love them. But yeah, like I said, there's lots of ways to mitigate it. I wouldn't worry too much about it, and every and the most amount of money you should have to pay for a solution to a specific problem card, I think would be 5. And I see 5 And it's like, well, if it's a land, you shouldn't have to pay mana for that because, Ghost Quarter, etc. And if it's anything else, you shouldn't be. Oh, Hedron Archive and Dreamstone Hedron. Yeah, I I would probably cut a couple of the smaller mana rocks and put those in. Um, and that will help guide you to stuff that. And it really seems weird saying that your deck is too efficient and that's why you're having problems. But yeah, more cards like Meteor Golem and Ancient Stone Idol and stuff of that nature. That's just, you know, a big, healthy, beefy body. And between the Hedron and between the two Hedrons and Noctis, being able to recast them is just going to be so much easier. I will also point out you do need to make sure, and I don't remember seeing one, but you do need to make sure you've got some kind of answer to some kind of graveyard hate. Because when all is said and done, Noctis is a graveyard general. You know, his value comes from dealing with the graveyard. I would I want some kind of uh what do you call it? Utter end would be good. There's also Void Rend, I believe is the card I'm thinking of. Yep, Void Rend. Ancient Stone Idol, Ethereum Sculptor. Ethereum Spinner, I don't think you need. Oh, sorry. I'm mixing that up with one you've already got. At least I think you've already got. Ethereum. Ethereum Sculptor is the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, I'm mixing that up with this one. Ethereum Spinner. Whenever you cast a spell, mana value 4 or greater, make a Thopter. Yeah. Yeah, something like. Yeah, something like those three would help a bit more and cut back on some of the stuff that's making your deck too efficient. There was a deck years ago for technically for vintage, I think. Um so you had Suicide Black, which was basically um cheap cheap creatures that were big for their cost. Things like Chronophage, which was like a 2/2 for a black that had an upkeep cost of um paying in life every upkeep. You had Flesh Reaver, which was a 2 mana 4/4 that whenever it dealt damage, uh you took the same amount. But that's a triggered ability, and if your opponent dies first, you never take the damage hit. You never take that hit. Phyrexian Negator, which was a 3 mana 5/5 trample, that whenever it was dealt damage, you sack that many permanents. But you're playing it in Vintage, which is more likely to run cards like Swords to Plowshares than Lightning Bolt. And so the damage question doesn't come up that often. And so, it was a very efficient deck with stuff like Duress and Thoughtseize and Him to Turak and Sinkhole to back it up. Then there was a deck called Butternose. And the problem with Butternose was it had a glut of cards at 2 mana. Because there were so many good, efficient cards at 2 mana. Suicide Black also ran, Dark Ritual, so could go, turn 1, Swamp, Dark Ritual, Phyrexian Negator, go. And your opponent's staring at a turn 1 5/5 and going, But Butternose was like, okay, that Dark Ritual is great on turn 2 because you can drop 2/2 drops, but it ran into that very weird spot of, like, you would waste it on turn 1, it'd be incredible on turn 2, and then turn 3, it was back to not being good again. Because everything was too cheap and too efficient to the point where the deck became inefficient. And I think you are running into a similar problem to that. I think you're running. I'm probably rambling at this point. If you think I'm rambling, tell me I'm rambling. But yeah, I think that's where you're running into trouble. Um, hey, Argo. Talismans or signets on the chopping block? I would kick the signets. I would kick the signets and I would keep the talismans, because the talismans, you rarely okay, so the first problem with signets is that you are, like, they're good for filtering mana. They don't produce mana in and of themselves. Even though they technically have a mana ability, they've got an ability that produces mana. It's filtering mana. You cannot go, for example, I play my second land, I drop a signet, tap the signet, unless you're looking at Arcane, tap the signet for a mana, drop Soul Ring, Path to Exile, whatever. That's not a viable option. Number 2, the life loss that you're going to get from the talismans is rarely going to be very high. Realistically, like in a normal 60 card 4-of format, standard, modern, whatever, if I'm playing with the Pain lands, I'm playing with Yevamaya Coast, or I'm playing with Quetzalcoatlos, or Karplusan Forest, or what have you, I'm not expecting to lose more than about 3 or 4 life from tapping for colored mana in that deck. in a format like Commander, I'm expecting to be spending like on a high mana card. I'm expecting to be spending a large proportion of that cost to be colorless. Like if you take a look at Shimmer Dragon, it's a 6 mana card. I only need 2 blue mana. The other 4 can be anything. I don't need to worry about producing colored mana at that point, tapping it for colorless. I'm perfectly fine. Unless I need to produce that second blue mana. So I would cut the I would cut the guild signets first. Do you have any suggestions for that IDK cut? I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you're talking about one more cut then. I would probably cut the Entomb and the Buried Alive. I would replace at least one of them with a healthier draw spell or a discard outlet. And I would, and I'd go from there. And that might help helps the deck start to feel a bit better. I want something in here for consistent card draw more than just. How much consistent card draw do you have? They're both pseudo. You must use Linux a lot. Rook turret, what are you? Whenever another artifact you control enters, you may draw a card. Okay, yep. For a deck like this, I can see Rook turret being useful. Do keep in mind you also want to make sure you have enough. You have enough. Not just looting, which is what Rook turret does, draw then discard, but enough just pure draw. And you want something more than a card that replaces itself. So Thoughtcast and Thoughtmodder are in the right direction. Whoops. ID Esper. Oh! I'm not saying this is the best card. This is the first card I could think of that does what I'm looking for. It's a lot of mana. But having a card like this to suddenly go, I need more cards. Thunk! If you're not going to play an effect like Book of Wrath, and I understand the concern. If you're not going to play a card like Book of Wrath, well, no, because there's times that you're going to want the cards in your hand. There are certain cards that are more useful from your hand than they are from elsewhere. Not only that, but Mystic Forge. Um, if you're casting off of Mystic Forge, give me a sec. Alright. Sorry about that. I heard a noise and I'm like, I hope that's not coming from my computer, because it was, it was loud enough. My computer's just on the floor beside me. I'm like, what's suddenly making that? I think it's somebody using the blender in the kitchen or something. Yeah. Um, Mystic Forge. Mystic Forge is fine. um, the first problem with Mystic Forge is a lot of your deck is oh, good lord, that's not gonna help. Alright, let's try type. That's still not gonna help. Alright. Alright, that'll keep the lands off to the side. You have, at this point, 24, 28, 35, 34, 33, 32, 31, 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25. Not counting your lands, which is 36. You currently have 25 cards, so a quarter of your deck, Mystic Forge isn't going to touch. You have about 60 cards. You've got over 60 cards that it's going to miss. That is, so you're not going to, like, you'll hit a few cards, but you're not going to hit a lot of cards. The best card for an effect like that might be Bolas's Citadel, but that's going to involve paying a lot of life to do it. And to make good use of something like that, you really want some way to be able to recoup that life. Cards like uh, Grey Merchant of Asphodel is a good example. But that's not the kind of deck that you've got. So if you've got 40% of your cards that it's going to miss, then you're looking at that's almost half the time you're going to be like, I can cast one. Okay, I have to exile the next one. And it's a coin toss between whether I'm stuck or whether I can cast the next thing. Mystic Forge works best in a deck that's got a lot less land to it. Or not a lot less land, a lot less colored cards to it. And your deck has got a lot of color to it. It does not suit the way this deck is currently designed, in my opinion. What this deck really wants is ways to get you're going to want more actual card draw. You're going to want more bulk card draw. Um or more consistent card draw. Something um something like a um I mean, you don't even have Arcana Encyclopedia in this deck. And our Arcana Encyclopedia would work really well for this if you're looking for something. It's what, 50 cents maybe if you go to your LGS? Either some way to get, some way to compensate for the fact that you're spending cards. You either want consistent card draw along lines of a Phyrexian Arena, Arcane Encyclopedia, something of that nature, or you want something that's going to be like a good, solid bulk card draw. I do not mind the occasional deck having a card like Tower of Fortunes. Yeah, it's 8 tap to activate. But for that investment, you're drawing you're drawing 4 cards. Um, One of my favorite that a lot of people don't like, but I really enjoy, is versus Blueprints. Because the worst I see this being is, in most cases, barring somebody blowing it up right away, is I pay 6 mana, I draw 2 cards. Because I pay 6 mana, I tap it now. My next turn, I untap it. Before I pay the upkeep cost, I draw a card. I decline to pay the echo cost, and it dies. Okay. It's not amazing, but it's an option. But if I do pay that echo cost of 6, then it's just tapping. If I've got ways to untap it on a consistent basis, it's great. But you don't need ways to untap this on a consistent basis for it to, for it to be worth actually playing. Drawing a third card makes it equivalent to Giant Tome, which was for probably somewhere around 30 years. Like, the basis on what cards of this kind of effect would be based on, like, cost-wise. And then I think it's Dominaria, they came out with Arcane Encyclopedia, which is 3 to cast, 3 tap, draw a card. So if you draw a 4th card, you spent 12 mana and draw 2 cards. Or drawn 4 cards. And if you do this more than... If you draw more than 4 cards with this, you are ahead. And if you happen to have a way to untap this, and there's all sorts of silly ways you could do that. You could have, like, some kind of weird shenanigans going on with, like, Toy Maker or Karn Silver Golem or Karn the Great Creator, animate it, and, like, whatchamacallit, Intruder Alarm, so that whenever a creature comes into play, well, this is now a 6/6 creature, but because it's a creature, cool. Tap, draw a card. Oh, creature came into play. All creatures untap, including the blueprints. Tap, draw a card. I personally really like this card. I think it's... I mean, it's probably still not as good as I want it to be. Alhammer's Archive, really? For your definition of for varying definitions of affordable, yes. It's not an unreasonable card. The only problem with this is you have to be drawing. The problem with Alhammer's Archive is you already need ways to draw additional cards. And I mean, I did see some. Is that in Biden and Thassa to replace the tutors? Biden. I don't remember about the Biden. Whenever a creature control deals combat. Oh! Isn't that, is that Coastal Piracy I'm thinking of? Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to an opponent, deals combat damage to a player, which is the same thing, realistically. You made it... Yeah, I could see that. Because Biden of Thassa giving you the ability to, like, attack with, like, 3/1/1s, 3/1/1 flyers, and suddenly draw 3 cards is kind of good. I would say as long as you are, if you're drawing 2 cards off of it, you're okay. 3 cards is equivalent to concentrate. If you're drawing more than 3, you're good. Plus, it's an artifact. What have you got for life gain? Authority is not unreasonable. Halia. What do you actually do? No. Aluminum class frigate, potentially. Uh, Wing crystal is going to be huge. Oh, wow. Um, Etch familiar, kind of. Pactile Terror is going to be really good. Pactile Terror, incidentally, ends up being really solid in Pauper. I think you might have. I think you might actually have enough to make Alhamrit's Archive worth playing on the life gain front as well. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Not no. Is it that one? No, it's not that one. What's the one I'm thinking of? I don't remember what it's called. Inventors Fair. That's the one I'm thinking of. You don't have Inventors Fair in there. I would not be adverse to one of your lands being an Inventor's Fair. Also, group by color 9, 15, 7. You need more blue than you do white or black. I would cut for the assuming all your lands, like all your dual lands, etc., are balanced, i.e., everything produces. You've got an equal number of white, blue, blue, black, etc., etc. I would probably cut a plains and a swamp and put 2 more islands in. Because blue is a lot more important to this deck. Maybe just cut a plains for an island. Nesting grounds. That's adorable. The funny thing is, the counter doesn't have to be a relevant counter for what you're doing. Like, you could take a... you could take a charge counter off an artifact and put it onto, like, a random enchantment, and it wouldn't do anything. That is adorable. Move a counter from target permanent you control onto a second target wow. You also don't have to control the second permanent. you could take a stun counter and move it onto somebody else's creature. See, and yep. Oh yeah. And again, this is I would probably leave these 36 lanes alone, and I would want to run a handful more lanes that are there to do other things. Because these 36 lanes, they're all here to produce mana. And that's what you need them for. Nesting grounds would not be there to produce mana. It's there to deal with. Yeah, okay. Okay. Somebody blights you, you turn around and go, okay, that's nice. This -1 counter is going over here now. I like that. Oh, wow. We've been at this an hour and a half, and I haven't even touched the set yet. I may have time. I'm going to have to try and make time for like a second day during the week or a second day every so often to start talking about other deck or to I'm going to have to look into having a second day for streaming because you see how deep down a rabbit hole this can go. Yeah, basically. It might only end up being a once a month thing. I don't know. We'll see what scheduling ends up being like. But yeah, hopefully, I mean, it's been an hour and a half. Hopefully, that's at least useful information to. And that is one of the benefits of having it pulled up on a site like Moxfield or Architect is the fact that you can take a look and reorganize it in different manners, and next thing you know, like having it sorted by mana value, it's suddenly jumping out what the big problem that you're having is. You aren't trying to build your deck to storm mount, but it's designed so that it can storm mount. But to do that, what you really need is more card draw. And if that's all, if that was the plan for that deck, then you need more efficient card draw, ideally off of artifacts, and go from there. But that's not what you're trying to do. This explains part of why you're running out of the problem you're having is it's like your deck is trying to do like two different things that work in completely different manners, and it's yeah. But hopefully that's helpful. Meanwhile, back at the ranch salad dressing. Yeah, I apologize it took so long to get to it. So, Scars of Mirrodin. TLDR, because I wrote I wrote a reasonable description about what Scars of Mirrodin is like in the notes for the set for if you're looking on YouTube. This is our first time revisiting a set since I want to say like, apart from Time Spiral Block, which was the quote-unquote problem with Time Spiral Block in this context is that you were you visited its past, you visited an alternate present, and you visited a potential future or multiple potential futures. And so it wasn't you were visiting the same place. You know, it wasn't you were revisiting the same place, but during a different time frame. It was, this isn't just time travel. This is time travel combined with mirror universe combined with some other stuff going on. So it wasn't really the same thing. So Time Spiral Block wasn't really the same thing. Yes, you were revisiting Dominaria, but it's not necessarily the same Dominaria. So barring that, Scars of Mirrodin was the first time we revisited a plane since the Weatherlight Saga, which realistically ended during Invasion Block, and then there was like this side trip over to Otaria during Odyssey and Onslaught Block, and then we got to the original Mirrodin. And this is our first trip back to Mirrodin since then. And so, but at this point, now we've had to deal with an we're having to deal with an invasion of Mirrodin by the Phyrexians. They don't just want it to be, they don't just want it to be an outpost or what. They want this to become New Phyrexia. This, in theory, might actually be trying to be their new home base. The people that that live there don't want anything to have to do with that. So this is what we see before the actual battle comes in place. And so a lot of stuff that you're going to see in this block is going to reference artifacts one way or another. Some of it is going to be artifacts from the perspective of the Phyrexians, and some of it's going to be the stuff that the people that live on Mirrodin end up using. There's metalcraft, which is what the Mirran, typically use. But the Phyrexians also have metalcraft because they're kind of like the Borg in, put into, oh my god. Star Trek is going to come out as a Magic the Gathering set before the end of the year. And I expect the Borg to be in it. I'll be very upset if they don't have the Borg. They should. I would not be surprised if they had something analogous to metalcraft in it. Anyway, that's another story. Yeah. Hi, I'm Thrall. I get distracted very easily. Speaking of which, first card. Fulgent Distraction. Yeah. So you're going to have there's a lot of stuff that's going to deal with what's going on between the Mirrans and the Phyrexians during this time frame. The Mirrans are largely going to be like white and red. You know, those are the people that live on Mirrodin. The Phyrexians are largely going to be white and blue. The green is, you know, green wants to keep Mirrodin as what it was before. Um, what was it? Was it Karn? No, Mamnarch? I don't know. Before it got turned metallic, they wanted to. So before most people on most of the Mirrans remember it being that way. It's hey Holly. It's probably a terrible way to word it, but it's the best analogy I can think of. If you think of the Mirrans as being like quote unquote civilized society, you know, what people think about the Western world and so on and so forth. You know, Europe and North America and like that kind of thought process and going from there. I'm not saying other countries don't count. I'm just think what people normally assume when they hear Western world. And then you've got an invasion from elsewhere. You know, think Klingons, think your Sith, whatever. So the people that live here want one thing. The people that are invading want for something else. And then you get green, which is the people that were living here and dealing with the world before quote unquote civilized society came up. So think your various Aboriginal cultures, your you know, the natives from North America, from Africa, the Aborigines in Australia, etc., who live more in tune with nature. And green on Mirrodin is a little bit more like that. They don't want to have to the invasion can go screw themselves, go away. We don't want you. But once we're done dealing with you, we got words for you too. Wait, what? Yeah. Because they remember what it used to be like back before things went downhill. Yeah. Apparently, humanity is not the only culture that can screw things up, but we're the only ones that we can actually look at and go, you know what? We've screwed things up. We haven't seen how other how people elsewhere have screwed things up because we only have our own planet that we actually know about. Anyway, again, I'm a distraction. I'm a distraction. I'm a distraction. So yes, Fulgent Distraction. Choose target creatures. Tap them, then unattach all equipment from them. Help, help, I'm being repressed. Oh god. Monty Python, I think, wasn't it? Fulgent Distraction is really only good if you're playing against people who like to play with equipment. If you're playing against people that like to play with equipment, it ends up being really good. my mono blue ramp deck that tries to play like a like a green deck actually makes use of a handful of equipment. Primarily Sword of Hearth and Home and Sword of the Animist. To dig extra lands out of the deck and bring them into play. There's a reason this deck runs, if you fast forward all the way down to the bottom, it runs, where are we? 19 basic islands, because I have a great ability. No, it doesn't walk, trust me. Holly, I have outramped green decks with this before. This deck actually does surprisingly well. For a deck that's trying to do something that's unusual, it actually does surprisingly well. You're going to have to try. You're going to have to come over and we're going to have to have a game sometime. But yeah, it's if you expect it's not unreasonable that the people you're going to be playing against are going to have to, somebody at the table is going to be playing with equipment. And this is not an unreasonable assumption. Your various Swiftfoot boots and variants thereof. If somebody's playing with Infect, it's not unreasonable that they're playing with Grafted Exoskeleton. If they're playing, I think it's, what was it, Child of Alara with Child of Alara plus World Slayer? Was that what it was? Something like that. You know, there's Shadow Spear is really good and wants to go into so many different decks because it can stop. I'm Shadow Spear is just a really solid card that probably wants to go into most decks, even if you're not playing something that is equipment, like specifically based on equipment. 1 to cast, 2 to equip. Equip creature gets +1/+1 and has trample and lifelink. So it's almost Armadillo Cloak as an equipment. But on top of that, even when it's not equipped, 1: permanents your opponent's control lose hexproof and indestructible till end of turn. That is such a huge. That is such a big deal. That is a huge. We have the hugest deal. Okay, I'll stop. He's just no. Stop. No. It's just such a big deal to be able to blow up stuff that you shouldn't be able to blow it up, but I can because, well, Shadow Spear. There's enough equipment for enough different types of decks that it's not unreasonable that going, yeah, no, just stop that. You don't need to play a lot of equipment, but I think most decks are going to run some amount of equipment. Actually, I wonder, does my common deck run any equipment? Rune Sword is not an equipment, but it fakes it. Yes, it does. Gold Vein Pick and Prime Blade. Explorer Scope. Yeah. So even like my janky commons only colorless ramp deck has has some equipment to it. And it's not there, they're not there to be equipment. They're there to help me ramp so I can cast higher mana value stuff easier. But I mean, that's some of the best options were, came out on equipment. So, yeah, I think it's reasonable to assume the typical deck is going to have some amount of equipment for something. And unattaching equipment can suddenly be enough to kill a creature, for example. Oh man, if somebody has assembled Cauldra and, okay, I'm tapped out of mana, but it's fine. I have my Cauldra avatar. He's got everything. What's a good equipment enabling commander? Which one? You are quite commonly looking at something white and or red, often but not necessarily both. So usually something in Boros somewhere. Just do a search for something like ID Boros is commander O equip. Yeah. Alright. Sort by color. And this will give you, you have 55 options to play with. And they don't all necessarily have to be, expensive either. Like, Danita Capuchin Paragon is not unreasonable. I think I would tend to build her more around auras, but building her on equipment is not unreasonable. Kemba Car Regent, you probably remember her from Scars Mirrodin. It all depends on what you are looking for. Zamriel, Seraph of Steel, during your turn, equip creatures you control have indestructible. Just, this is the sort of card that you play if you are trying to equip a bunch of things. Maybe you have Living Weapon, for example. Living Weapon for Mirrodin, etc., etc. Go to Bandit Warlord. If you're going for mono red, this is usually the default assumption for a mono red equipment deck. So, Bruenor Battlehammer is a common, or technically uncommon, but womp womp. For building equipment. Because the fact that you can equip stuff for 0 once a turn is really solid. You have options. But yeah, Fulgent Distraction, I would say most decks have, if you're considering something to tap creatures, even if it's just for a turn, Fulgent Distraction is probably worth at least considering. Um, because suddenly going, I mean, I was watching a card market sorry, let me rephrase that. I was rewatching a card market video last night, the night before. Um, and Fele had, oh, who was his commander? I forget who his commander was, but it had, was it Valduk? Had like 6 equipment attached to it. And I think it was yesterday I was watching a commander class video, and it was aggro versus combo versus control versus mid range. And no, Tomer? I think it was Tomer was on, I think his was on aggro, but it was like a $30 budget deck. And he had a goblin welder that ended up with like ended up with like 4 or 5 equipment on it. And at one point, it's like, hey, guess what? I have an 8/4 goblin welder I'm attacking with. Wait, what? So it is not unreasonable to end up playing, playing a game, and somebody's got, somebody's either got a one creature with its bunch of equipment on it, or a couple of creatures with. Oh, yeah, exactly. That's heaven forbid you give him double strike. Um, or you've got a couple of creatures out that have got some equipment on them. Two, 2 or 3. Sometimes even one is enough. But yeah, somebody's got Cauldron assembled and doesn't have the somebody's got Cauldron assembled and they're tapped out. You go, ha, Fulgent Distraction. By the way, all your Cauldron pieces fall. All your Cauldron equipment falls off. Thunk. So, I think it's fine. Gombo's Warden, if you are building some kind of cheap aggro deck, once you hit Metalcraft, the interesting thing about Metalcraft in this set is there's a lot of cards that get bigger in Scars of Mirrodin for having Metalcraft. Here's the fun part. Galma's Warden, straight up playing Ignore its ability, is a 3 mana, or sorry, it's a 4 mana 2/4, which is about on par with what you should expect at that point in time for a common. It has no combat relevant abilities. However, Metalcraft, +2/+2 as long as you control 3 or more artifacts. Having artifacts in play is easy. You have, anything from artifact lands to equipment to like anything can be an artifact. Your treasure tokens, your clue tokens, your map tokens, your mutagen tokens, your blood tokens. These are all artifacts. And it's so easy to come up with extra artifacts just by you could almost sneeze and have Metalcraft. And suddenly this is now a 4 mana 4/6. I mean, it has no combat relevant abilities or anything like that, but it doesn't matter. You have a 4 mana 4/6. That's this is not a bad thing. When you're if you are building on any sort of budget and you want to build an aggro deck, consider Metalcraft or something of that nature as a starting point, because these things get really big really fast. A lot more than you would first realize. And I would put this in a deck like that. Seize the initiative. 1 white, target creature gets +1/+1, gains first strike till end of turn. It's not bad. My only concern is I think this has probably been power crept. However, the cards I may be thinking of might be red. So, mana value less than, let's say less than 3, so you can throw it on Isochron Scepter. And ID equal white. Order, release. Ascending. So, +1/+0, +1/+1, +2/+0, +1/+1. You know what? I think to actually legitimately power creep seize the initiative, it took a long time. Because you were still looking at, if you wanted to do more than just +1/+1 and first strike, you had to pay 2 mana. Yeah, wow. It took Secrets of Strixhaven to actually fully power creep seize the initiative. Now, yes, there are other cards you can say, yeah, but this would be better. But it's not the same. Like, it's not strictly better. So, for example, Swift Justice. Till end of turn, target creature gets +1/+0. So it's not getting a toughness boost. Gains first strike and lifelink. So it's the same cost. You're losing a point of toughness and gaining lifelink. Skillful Lunge, +2/+0 on first strike. You're taking a point of toughness off, putting it on power. But because it's +2 power, now it's 2 mana. You know, yes, Zealous Strike is a better card in general than Seize the Initiative, but also costs 2 mana, not 1. Vampire Zeal. In a vampire deck, this is strictly better than Seize the Initiative. In any other deck, it's questionable. So for it to actually legitimately get power crept, it actually took Secrets of Strixhaven, which is the set that just came out. 3 weeks ago? 2.5 weeks ago, something like that. Hasn't even been a month yet. So, CC Initiative is... I can't even say it's strictly better than the cards that came before it. Because the only other true comparison would be 100 Talon Strike. But this is different because it's Arcana, it's got spliced onto Arcane. Now, why would you play CC Initiative? If I'm looking for a card that does what CC Initiative does, I'm playing white. I would probably play Guided Strike first because it cantrips, and drawing that additional card. What I was saying to Zero earlier about being able to draw, gain consistent card draw on a regular basis is a big deal. If I'm not doing that, if it's not the cantrip, I want something else that's one of these 2-mana cards that does like Riverguard's Reflexes, untaps the creature. Battlefield Promotion, it's a +1 counter, and I gain 2 life. Aerial Maneuver also gives flying, etc., etc. Most of the time, I'm going to want a 2-mana option instead. If it really has to be 1 mana and first strike, Interjection is your first one. I would probably... Swift Justice gives lifelink. At 1 mana, I would go Swift Justice next. I would go Interjection, and then I would go Swift Justice. Once you hit 2 mana, it becomes... It's a lot more... it's a lot more fudgeable. But yeah. It took until Secrets of Strixhaven for CC Initiative to actually legitimately get power crept. That's huge. That means that's a 16-year gap. Okay, see you, Holly. Vigil for the Lost. Zero was concerned about potential for life loss. This is an interesting way to compensate for creatures dying. I don't know of many white cards that let you gain life. Like there's enough white cards that will let you gain life when creatures enter. I'm not aware of many that let you gain life when they die. I know there's some. I'm just not aware of many relative to when they enter. Vigil for Lost might be one of the better ones. Because while it does require you to have mana up, what it does let you do is gain as much life as you actually want from creature dying. Which can actually be pretty big. And if one of the cards Zero was looking at was Alhammar's Archive. Well, Alhammar's Archive, amongst other things, says that if you would gain life, you gain twice that much life instead. You combine that with Vigil for the Lost. Whenever a creature dies, you may pay 1. If you do gain 2 life, okay, well, I have 3 creatures died. I pay 3 mana and I gain 6 life. I fail to see how this is a bad thing. It does require you to have mana up, so have ways to... It does... Oh, this is the other thing I noticed. It only requires a single mana of a specific color, period. It requires a single white in the cost. The triggered ability is X. So, in theory, you could throw this into an Azorius deck, have like a bunch of blue mana in play, and go, well, I guess, well, when my creature died, you know, I only have a single white source, but I've got like 6 blue. Cast this. Oh, somebody hit Wrath of God. Okay, I guess I'll pay 5 mana and gain 5 life. Off tapping my islands. Really good for decks that are, you know, that are looking to gain life and are heavily geared toward a color that cannot gain life very easily. If you are if you're in Jeskai and you have like just a touch of white for like a handful of things and you need life gain, consider throwing this in. Jeskai, Boros, Azorius, somewhere in there. And, you know, and you're light on white, Vigil for the Lost would actually be really fun. Loxodon on Wayfarer. So a lot better, I think, than it first appears. Again, averages out to a 3/3, which for this time frame, a 3/3 at common for 3 mana was really good. And again, doesn't look like very much. Does not have Defender. Has high toughness for its cost. Actually has a point of power. Which means that you can actually throw this in like a, you know, a toughness matters deck. Let's say the new Doran. Doran Besieged by Time. Each creature spell you cast with toughness greater than its power costs 1 less to cast, so that would make it a 2 mana 1/5. Whenever a creature you control attacks or blocks, it gets +X till end of turn, where X is the difference between its power and its toughness. That would be +4/+4 because it's a 1/5, so 5 minus 1 is 4. So it's going to get +4/+4. The reason, I just realized, the reason it does that is what this does is it takes whatever's lower between power and toughness, which a deck like Doran you're going to assume is going to be high toughness. What this does is it doesn't make it deal damage equal to its toughness, like based on its toughness instead of its power. What it does is until end of turn, its power becomes equal to Like if its power is greater, sorry, if its toughness is greater, its power becomes equal to its toughness. And if its toughness is greater, if its power is greater, its toughness becomes equal to its power. Which means that it not only is going to deal combat damage based on its... It's not only going to deal combat damage of its, equal to its toughness, but it doesn't actually say that. It also means that it's going to survive, damage a lot better if it's a high power creature. Like if you've got a 5/4, it's going to get +1/+1, which means suddenly it's going to be a 6/5. If you've got a 5/1, it's going to get +4/+4, which means now it's going to be a 9/5. Which is kind of a cross between Doran the Siege Tower. Each creature assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power. And no? Are you not a commander? What do you mean, no? Power equal 7, toughness equal 3. No? What are you? Because it's not mono green, it's gruel. Lethal damage is dealt to creatures you control. Lethal damage dealt to creatures you control is determined by their power rather than their toughness. So, that's why I could not find it. But, so yeah, you put this into a deck like that, and this is going to deal... this is going to deal... like, it's going to be a 2-mana... like, it's a 2-mana 1/5, but it's going to deal combat damage as a 5/5, basically. Or if you're putting it in Doran Besieged by Time, as a 5/9. Which also means it's going to survive combat a lot better than it would have otherwise. And even without your commander out, or an effect like High Alert, etc., it's going to have the ability to, it may not deal much damage, but it's still going to have the ability to deal damage. And in a situation like that, I would like to have some way to give it Infect or Death Touch or some ability that makes the fact that, or even Double Strike, such that even though it has a low attack power, it's still a danger. Again, I would not be unhappy to play that card. Sun Chaser. What I said earlier about Metalcraft, this is a 2 mana 1/1. Yay. But if you've got Metalcraft, it's a 2 mana 3/3 flyer. What? Keep in mind, you know, if you are looking at, oh wow, like a rare, a low cost rare from this set is Kemba, which is 27 cents. You know, and you can see rares starting at like below 10 cents. Oriox Sun Chaser is 15 cents for a common. That's actually quite a bit for a common, because if you take a look at, say, Fulgent Distraction, that's 9 cents. Galma's Warden is 6. Seize the Initiative is actually surprisingly high at 11. And this is 15. That's actually fairly high for a common. Because it's actually surprisingly good. It is, you know, if you build around the idea of having Metalcraft, you know, at least having enough artifacts that you can turn it on somewhat regularly. Again, whether it's clue tokens or blood tokens or what have you. Oriox Sun Chaser can be turned on really easily. And yeah, suddenly you've got a 3/3 flyer for 2 mana. And as soon as you have your third artifact, it turns on. Which means it can even enter the battlefield and be turned on. Razor Hippogriff. If you're looking for some kind of graveyard, I was gonna say graveyard resurrection, like basically like Raise Dead, but for artifacts, but on a body. There's this, and the other one was Sanctum Gargoyle. So, Razor Hippogriff, 5 mana for a 3/3 flyer, which is a bit much, but it's got a useful come into play ability, so it's actually fine, and it's actually really good. When it enters, return target artifact card from your graveyard to your hand. You gain life equal to that card's mana value. Again, this is another card that Zero might want to, you know, depending on how he wants to take his deck, this is another card he could consider for that. Compare the Sanctum Gargoyle, which has got 1 less power for 1 less white mana. No life gain, but it's the same ability. And so Sanctum Gargoyle and Razor Hippogriff both being, you know, okay sized flyers for what you're paying mana-wise. But being able to get an artifact back out of your graveyard is actually kind of a big deal. And this allows you to recast an artifact without having to worry about using your general. So, it's an option. Abuna Acolyte. This is Samite Healer made like with a with just a rarity bump from common to uncommon, but giving an extra ability that can help, that fits the set. So, 2 mana for 1/1. Tap, prevent the next 1 damage to any target this turn. Tap, prevent the next 2 damage to be dealt to target artifact creature this turn. Time Spiral gave us our first artifact that had a color to it in Sarcomite Mirror. It took a while before we started getting artifacts that had color to them at all. Now they are not unheard of. It's not unusual. But what this also means is that there's a lot more things that are out nowadays that you can hit with this, and it'll actually make a difference. The problem is, because you're talking about artifacts, if somebody wants to blow up an artifact, white's got its disenchants, and creatures with coming to play disenchant or sack to disenchant or whatever. Blue again, Raven form, resculpt, similar cards, or potentially copy it or steal it. Black still has issues with it, but has more consistent ways around it by doing things like animating it via an effect like Karn the Great Creator, and then going murder or cast down or whatever. So, 2-step program, but not difficult. White, blue, black, red. The king of Shatter. Shatter, a braid, cast out of the fire, suplex, all this sort of stuff. And green, just like white, has got its naturalize, including come into play, blow up. I mean, probably its best creature for an effect like this would be like something along lines of Bane of Progress. Come into play, blow up all the artifacts and enchantments, and then get bigger for having done so. So, unfortunately, Abuna Acolyte, as cool a card as it is, I think you're largely playing it because, somewhere in the cat cleric thing and or the damage prevention thing natively, this additional line of text just is not going to be that useful. Because the colors that's going to have the most amount of difficulty doing it, I mean, you're looking at blue. And blue would probably just rather take it anyway. And blue's also not really dealing damage, typically. So, I think this is the first one I would actually probably in general pass on, barring, maybe Cat Tribal or something. Orarch Edge Rate. What was I saying about Metalcraft before? Throw this in that deck as well. 2 blue for 2/2 with double strike, as long as you've got Metalcraft. If any of the artifacts are some kind of equipment that gives it any kind of power boost, this can easily be game over. Like, imagine this being equipped by, I don't know, Colossus Hammer, as Holly was mentioning earlier. Colossus Hammer on this suddenly means I'm swinging for 22. Sorry, I'm swinging for 24. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's only 24 damage. No big deal. Soul Parry. Prevent all damage. 1 or 2 target creatures will deal this turn. I will point out, it does not say combat damage. It says prevent all damage. It says prevent all damage. That means it could be combat damage. It could be damage for an ability. It could be, from like a come and play ability. It can be damage from an activated ability like Pestilence Demon. Anything of that nature at all. Crypt Rats. Yeah. Somebody goes, oh, what is it? Death Touch and Lifelink. Investigate. Toxin Analysis. You cast somebody casts Toxin Analysis, and they go, I activate this. It responds Toxin Analysis. You go in and responds Soul Parry. What? Yeah, you're killing nothing. Kemba Skyguard. Kemba Skyguard is fine. I feel like this has been power crept, though I can't think what by, but it's probably, for this size, you should probably be getting a 2/3 by now. You might even be getting a 3/3. Math value equals 3. Oh, no, KW flying. ID equal white. Really? The only card that has actually directly power crept Kemba Skyguard is Holy Cow. Same rarity, has flash, and when it enters, you also scry 1. And only costs a single white, not double white. Huh. No. Alright. That's interesting. Again, it took until 2024, 14 years later, for them to power creep Kemba Skyguard, which, again, oh, wait. I gotta be careful about that. I only looked at specifically gaining 2 life. Dazzling Angel is, whatchamacallit, a Soul Sister. Inspiring Overseer, it's not a power creep necessarily because it's less life gain, but you draw a card. Yeah! Wow. Kemba, yeah. Kemba Skyguard, if you're looking at something that does generally this, you don't have a lot of options. If you're looking for a 3 mana white flying creature that gains you life, it's like, holy cow, Inspiring Overseer, Kemba Skyguard, Mesa Cavalier are all in that range. Dazzling Angel is the Soul Sister version of it. And otherwise, you are looking at. And even Righteous Valkyrie is something completely different. Well, no, I shouldn't say completely different. It's related. The Righteous Valkyrie is more so along the lines of Dazzling Angel rather than the others, because these 4 here are when when the creature itself enters, and Dazzling Angel and Righteous Valkyrie are when another creature enters. So yeah, Kemba Skyguard, surprisingly, depending on what you're trying to do, still holds up now for its role. Dispense Justice, 3 mana instant. Target player sacrifices an attacking creature of their choice. 2 if you've got Metalcraft. Target player sacrifices an attacking Celestial Flare. That's the one I was thinking of comparing it to. I think, generally speaking, Dispense Justice is better than Wing Shards. Wing Shards can make more sense, but Dispense Justice is going to be more consistent. I would, if I'm doing that, I would be, if I'm going down that rabbit hole, I probably want these 2. Oh, wow. You know what? Out of the 4 of them, I think Wing Shards I am the least interested in. Entrapment Maneuver costs the most, but you also get a bunch of 1/1 tokens. Well, you get some number of 1/1 tokens. Yeah. If you're looking for that effect, Dispense Justice, actually reasonable. Man, I have to go through this quick. Blue, Lumen Grid Drake. 4 mana for 2/2 when it enters. So Lumen Grid Drake, 4 mana for 2/2 flyer. With Metalcraft, return target creature to its owner's hand. I I'm least fond of this because I think you can get. I'm pretty sure you can get this. It might be 2 blue plus 2 by now, but without having to worry about Metalcraft. That being said, again, Metalcraft, easy to turn on, especially you're in blue, getting clue tokens. You know, you rummage through your couch cushions, you're going to get more clue tokens. Not unreasonable. Plated Sea Strider. Similar comments to what I said about the Loxodon Wayfarer, the 1/5 for 2 mana, or for 3 mana. This has not got a reducible cost, but it also does something that the Loxodon doesn't do. It has 2 colored mana symbols. And that's not nothing, because if you're comparing, like if you're looking at power and toughness and trying to average this averages to like a 2/3 or a 3/2. It is hard in blue to find a creature that's got more than 1 power. Let's see here. ID equal blue. Mana value equal 2. Not mana 1. Power greater than 1. Like, they exist, but you're generally looking at higher rarities or other weird stuff going on. Or something that you just, let's see here. Sort by power descending. And let's go not reprint. Benevolent River Spirit. You really only want this. You really only want Benevolent River Spirit. Realistically, if you're playing with something like Ether Vial or some other way of cheating it in play. Like, I don't know why people are not playing this even in standard. You know, this in combination with cards like Helping Hand. You know, you discard it. You know, you get it tossed into your graveyard somehow. This and a Born Oculus. 4 or 5, you know, and bring him back with like Helping Hand and whatever else. And it's like, hey, by the way, but if you're not doing something like, if you're not trying to cheat into plays, this is like a 7 mana creature that you can tap your artifacts to help cast it and your creatures to help cast it. But yeah. Sorta has Convoke. Not sure if it's worth at that point. Dan, surprisingly good. The worst it is, it's a 4 power wall for 2 mana. Academy Lore Master. It's fine. It'll draw people extra cards if they don't mind paying extra mana to cast their spells. I mean, that being said, if you're playing a control deck, run this. Because if you're playing a control deck, you're probably running counter spells and stuff of that nature. And more spot removal. Spells they cast, if they do, spells they cast this turn cost 2 more to cast. So you draw an extra card on your turn, And then you blow something up on your opponent's turn and not have to worry about paying the extra 2. Coralhelm Commander, you only do this one if you're playing with Merfolk. Grimoire Thief. um, eh. I mean, Harbinger of the Tides. Harbinger of the Tides is actually, if you're looking for something to bounce stuff, you want Harbinger of the Tides. Hyderman. I need a copy of Hyderman. Because I want this in my mono blue ramp deck. Lord of Atlantis. Again, you're playing Merfolk. Lord. Enters battlefield, tap target creature. Opponent controls, loses all abilities till it. Like the I guess you're commonly looking. God, words. You're commonly looking at like most of these guys are a 2-power creature for 2 mana. What if I do power greater than -1? There we go. Like there's a decent number of creatures that you can play, but most of them are just not cards that people actually want to play. Power descending. Like, let me rephrase that. They're good. They're good for certain deck types, but not generally. Like Thassa's Oracle, we all know about Thassa's Oracle. Washington, oh my god. I want a copy of this deck. Or, sorry, I want a copy of this card. Literally just one. But it's like, yeah, a lot of these, they're just in most. Like, you need to be. I think almost every card that I see that's got 2 blue in its mana cost, that's a creature. It's like you're putting it in a deck because it does a specific thing for a specific kind of deck that you're playing. It's not like almost none of these are generic cards. You know what I'm saying? Like Washi Tong might make an exception. But everything else here, you're putting it into a certain deck because it has a specific thing that you care about. Plated Sea Strider, you're just putting it in a deck because it's got 2 blue pips. And it's a decent blocker, and that's it. As opposed to, well, I'm playing Flesh Duplicate because it copies a thing for 2 mana. Or I'm playing, I'm playing Lord of Atlantis because I'm playing Merfolk, or I'm playing. Most of these are not cards that you actually care about the fact that it's got 2 blue pips. You care about the fact that you care about what it actually does. Screeching Silcaw. So, this is Stormcrow. But when it deals combat damage to a player, if you've got Metalcraft, they mill 4. If you're playing any sort of mill deck, and you're not just doing, Persistent Petitioner's shenanigans, this I can get around. Hilariously, if you can give this thing double strike, you're going to hit twice, and so it's going to deal. So it's not going to just hit for 2, it's also going to mill for 8. The Yeah. Mind Scanner. Did they not print a... Is there a color shifted version of this? That's hilarious. There's a there's a thing for there's a tag for unique parent toughness. That's hilarious. That's absolutely hilarious. Yeah. Oh man, if you built Mind Scanner for your deck, throw this in it. Screeching Soul Claw is going to mill for 5 per hit. Double Strike mills for 10. Oh wow. Suddenly I want to try and come up with a bit. Halt order. Can't target artifact spell. Draw a card. Um, I'm I'm kind of meh on this one. I mean, there's enough artifacts that you might want to stop, but I don't feel like this does enough, especially since there's enough ways to counter a spell for like 3 mana, 3 or 4 mana, counter a spell and draw a card. Even at even at common, there's enough. Is it refute that I'm thinking of? Yeah, for an extra half a mana, i.e., instead of 1 blue plus 2, it's 2 blue plus 1. So change one of the colorless mana to colored mana. This is counter any spell and then draw and discard. Great card. Would play that before Halt Order most decks. Doesn't mean I think Halt Order is necessarily bad. I just don't think it's necessarily good. Bonds of Quicksilver has largely been power corrupt. There's much more efficient ways of doing this. Flash or not, there's much more because you can get this for like 1 mana, 1 or 2 mana, without flash, and and you're in blue. You're in the color that allows you to play stuff as instants a lot easier than almost any other color. Dark Slick Drake. This is a... What's the word I'm looking for? This is an Azure Drake that, when it dies, replaces itself. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I'm all for building weird decks. I'm all for taking ideas and throwing them elsewhere. Aristocrats is commonly built mono black. Let's pull up my commons only mono black deck. Which has had some adjustments to it. But without going too far, too far deep into the weeds. Aristocrats has got Aristocrats is based around sacrificing stuff for fun and profit. Mostly profit. I have something I want to sacrifice, I have stuff to be sacrificed, stuff to sacrifice to, and reasons for sacrificing them. And those are your three major categories. And some cards can fit more than one slot. Okay? Your typical conceptual starting point for something to sacrifice to is Viscera's Seer or Ashnod's Altar. This is ideally what you want is you want a sack outlet that ideally costs you no mana to do so. It just says sacrifice a creature, do a thing. Okay? Then you've got your cannon fodder, as I like to call it. Stuff that you are willing to sacrifice. You don't mind if it dies. Because you get either it comes into play. Let's see if I can find one. Are you not? No, I guess not. So, it comes into play and does its thing. And so once it's done its thing, it's just a random body. So, you don't mind sacrificing it. Or, when it dies... Actually, that one's a bad example for that. When it dies, it leaves behind bodies that you can also sacrifice later. Or when it dies... Actually, let's go with this one. When it dies, you get some kind of other benefit. Okay? So it's either got a good come into play ability, or it leaves behind bodies, or when, or when it enters makes extra bodies. Or you get some other kind of benefit when it dies. So that's what I consider cannon fodder. Then you've got sack because of me. Reasons to be sacrificing stuff. Okay. Mortician Beetle is an example that sees a reasonable amount of pauper play, for example, and occasional play in other formats as well. Whenever a player sacrifices a creature, you may put a +1 counter on this. Well, if I have turn 1, let's say turn 1 Mortician Beetle. Turn 2, I play Viscera's Seer. Where were you? Turn 2, Viscera's Seer, Nested Shambler, sacrifice the Shambler to the Viscera's Seer, scry 1, sacrifice the squirrel that gets generated, scry again. I'm now swinging for 3 on turn 2. In a 60 card format where you start off with 20 life, that's pretty good. But sack because of me. Um, whenever this or another creature dies, target player loses 1 life and you gain a life. Whenever any creature is put in a graveyard, whenever another creature dies, put +1 counter on an enchanted creature, etc., etc. So these are reasons that you are looking to actually. These are the third group is reasons to actually sacrifice the creatures. So you're looking at that's 33, 43, 47. That's 47 cards there. Specifically, so almost half the deck geared towards the aristocrats theme, plus, your usual control and whatever shenanigans on top of that. If you're to take and that deck is just commons, and that's the basic premise for how aristocrats decks are designed. You are sacrificing creatures of your own accord. You have reasons to sacrifice them. If you were to take that concept and throw it into blue, for example, Dark Slick Drake, I can see being in a deck like that. Finally bringing it back around. I can see being in a deck like that because it guides you. It gives you a benefit for the fact that it died. 2/4 flyer. Well, it's going to die to X anyway, so I might as well sack it and get a card draw out of it. Sacrifice it to something like Homered Spawning Bed. There's not a lot of blue cards that I can think of off the top of my head that give you a sack outlet. You don't have to go to strictly blue, but I mean it's the first one I could think of. Yeah. Pay 2 blue +1 and sack a blue creature. Create X 1/1 blue Cameron creature tokens, where X is the sacrifice creature's mana value. Well, that was a 4 mana creature. You sacrifice it, and you're going to get 4 1/1s out of it. Plus, drawing a card. You'll actually draw the card first. So, building on that side of premise, I get that. Vedalken Surtark, not as good as people expected it to be in general. People thought this was going to take off in Vintage, and it was really, really being like there were some really big names for Vintage that were going, oh my god, this is a common, and this does what? Nothing happened. Pay blue, you got a 1/1. It's a wizard, which is one of the rare creature types in Vintage that people might actually care about, because you get things like Riptide Replicator and whatever. If you've got Metalcraft, which in Vintage, again, heavily based around artifacts, because, Power 9 and all that jazz. Tap it, tap target artifact, creature, or land. It's Icy Manipulator. Tap target artifact, creature, or land. This is 4 to cast and 1 tap for its first activation. This is just 1 blue to cast and just tap to activate. And nothing happened. Nothing came of it. And how is it going to be in Commander? What are you tapping? If you're using this for any sort of mana denial, maybe, maybe using it as like a Rishadan port effect. But at that point, there's better options. You could play Rishadan port. There's also, oh geez, what's the creature? Rishadan port, Tagger, Rishadan Dockhand. That's the one I'm thinking of. Which is 1/2 with Island Walk. That's got Rishadan Port's ability. But if you're going down that rabbit hole, why not just play cards like Opposition instead? And and head that way. Tapping down artifacts. What artifacts are you worried about tapping down? If it's an artifact that you're worried about tapping down, it's probably an artifact creature. At which point, if you're doing that, why not just play one of the handful of cards that exist now that are like creature enchantments that go, hey, by the way, you don't untap anymore until you get rid of this aura. It's not that good anymore. It was a consideration for Vintage and never realistically saw the light of day in that format. It got tried out. It may have been tried out for like a month or so, and then people just kept going on because it's also a 1/1 creature. It dies to a stiff breeze. And you have to wait a full turn cycle to be able to use it because it doesn't have haste. Because of course it doesn't. Because it's blue. Blue does not get haste. Sky Eel School. 5 mana for a 3/3 flyer, as I've said before. Kinda eh. When it enters, draw, then discard. I have this in. I do have this in my Cantrip City deck, i.e., a deck that's literally based around sort by. That name's fine. Cantrip being the colloquial term for something that does its thing and then draws a card. Usually usually you're looking at like a cheap spell that something like Ponder, Ponder or Preordain. Cheap spell that does its thing and then draws you a card. Opt also counts. But more broadly, it's any card that has draw a card attached to it. So this entire deck, based around the premise of, A, this is nothing but commons. B, my creatures draw cards. My let's see here. Anything here? So 23. This one also draws a card, Rousing Reed. So 24. All my removal draws a card somehow. 24, 31. these pay me off for drawing additional cards. 24. These will draw more than, these will generally draw me multiple cards with the exception of this. But that still draws a card and shuffles all my stuff back in. It's 24, 31, right? Sorry. Yeah, 24, 31, 38. Counter spells the draw cards. Except for that one. And this is not this one because it shuffles stuff back in. So between this and Clear the Mind, I can keep my deck going on forever. My mana rocks, most of which, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I can all use to draw cards. My lands, cycling. So literally, somewhere around half the deck draws cards. Which is why I'm okay running less lands than usual, because I draw so many cards of that. If my opening deck has got like 3 lands in it, I don't need any more lands for the rest of the game, because I'm going to come up with them. And this is in that deck because it does what I'm looking for. But if you're not building a deck of that style, I probably wouldn't bother. If I'm building something that's based on, if I'm trying to put cards in my graveyard, then maybe if I care about, if I care about the discard effect, maybe, but there's other cards that, for something like that, I think I would run first. Whirlpools come to mind. Actually, the whirlpools are come into play. Shuffle your hand in and then redraw that many. Huh. Thought it was a discard. Oh well. There's enough ways to discard cards to effect. I've said before and I'll say it again here, thirst for knowledge variants and cards, cards of that nature. Thirst for knowledge, thirst for meaning. Thirst for discovery, thirst for identity. These are all basically the same card. If you look, they all have the same mana cost. They're blue +2. They're all instant. They all say, draw 3 cards, then discard 2 cards unless you discard discovery, basic land, identity, a creature card, knowledge, artifact card, meaning, enchantment card. So if you're looking to draw and discard cards, there's better ways to do that in general. You really need a specific reason to want to run Sky Eel School. I have one, so I have one for my deck. It is, I will point out, it is a flying fish. What? Creature, fish. First line, flying. What? It's a flying fish. Shapeadoo! God. The number of people I know that have loved saying that phrase just because of the way Shapeadoo! It's basically polymorph, but you're polymorphing an artifact. If you I will point out, if you just need to get the card out of your hand, you choose targets before you pay costs. If you have a treasure token, you can target your own treasure token with it, sacrifice the same treasure to help pay for the cost. When the spell tries to resolve, it'll find it no longer has a legal target, so it will fail and none of it will happen. However, that is a legal way to cast it. It won't do anything except get the card out of your hand, but that is a legal way to do it. That being said, what I would recommend is something like, if you've got a clue token or a treasure token or something like that, blood token, that is otherwise going to stick around, what you can do is you can shape anew, target that token, not use it for its theoretical original intention, and then you flip stuff over till you hit an artifact card, put that into play instead, because that token over there probably came as a random side benefit of some other thing. And actually, shape anew, I could... No, do I put this into my mono blue ramp deck? I think not, because I think it feels wrong in that context. Because I'm trying to ramp like green does. Although you can make an argument that green's got crop rotation. But crop rotation lets you search for the land. Debatable. Debatable. But yeah. Again, if you're not doing something weird, then shape anew is literally just, I don't want player in question to have, this artifact anymore. Sacrifice it, flip stuff over till you hit something new. That can be you, and that could be... I don't want my Soul Ring anymore. What? I don't want my Soul Ring anymore. I'm going to tap it for 2 mana, tap 2 other lands, sacrifice it to shape anew, flip over... Oh, look, I just hit Darksteel Colossus. Or whatever. And you can put shape anew into a pretty, reasonable, cost efficient deck, like a budget friendly deck, and get some absolutely silly stuff out of it. Because don't forget, Soul Ring is not is not expensive. The least expensive printing of Soul Ring at this point is Secrets of Strixhaven Commander. So, just came out, obviously. You can generally find it for under $2. This is one of those cards, incidentally, that I would pick up as many copies as I can. as often as I can until I think I actually have enough. Because the more like, let let me rephrase that. Let me rephrase that. I'm building somewhere around 45 commander decks. Most of them are going to want Soul Ring. I have about a dozen or thereabouts aren't, but I'm typically going to want around 30, 35 copies of Soul Ring. You know, one per deck. Because I do not believe in taking cards out of one deck and putting them into something else. Unless the first deck is just being taken completely apart because I don't want it anymore. So, as a result, I want to be picking up Soul Rings as often as I can, as many as I can, until I have enough for the various decks that I'm building. So at this point, I need to finish off my remaining decks. I need 21 more. I think I've got about a dozen, so I think I need about another 10 more. I don't care too much what they look like in terms, like, they can be lower on Eclipse, like, they can be lower on Eclipse Commander, although some of them look really cool. Let's be honest here. Ninja Turtles. The Ninja Turtles one, I'm eh. You know, whatever whatever I realistically manage to pin down, etc., I'm fine. But if you think you're going to end up making if you think you're going to end up making half a dozen commander decks and you're not buying precons, then every chance you reasonably can, pick up another copy of Soul Ring, pick up another one here. $2-3 a pop, maybe. Unless there's a really good reason for it, like a really good reason for it, like this version being like $20. Don't pay more than like $2 or $3 for a Soul Ring. Or this one, Mystery Booster, should be like $5. But if you take a look, a lot of these versions are like $1 something. Miku. If you're into the Miku bit, you're looking at $47. Fallout, $1.50. The foil version is basically the same. I do not see the difference. Why are you... Am I missing something? I am not seeing the difference apart from the fact that this one... This one is foil, but I'm not seeing a difference between this and $2.39. I don't get it. Karlov Commander, $1.71. Fancy sparkly version, you know, $150. Okay, I get that. Dan and Fraser from the Secret, The Dan Fraser secret lair drop, $80. Sure, I get that. Etc. 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 But if you do not care about that sort of thing, most of them should be like a couple of bucks. But you want to flip, you have, you know, because the other thing you got to realize is if you shape anew a soul ring, probably anything else that you flip over is going to be worth more in mana than soul ring. So it's going to be an upgrade of some sort, even if it's a 2-mana artifact. Unless you're looking at, like, Arcane Signet is debatable on whether that's an upgrade. Talismans, same thing. But if it's not one of the low-cost mana, if it's not one of the 0 to 2 cost mana rocks, pretty much anything else, once you hit Shape Anew, is probably going to be an upgrade. And again, it gives you a way to sacrifice a thing to an effect and get a bonus of it. So you might be wanting to look at Shape Anew for some odd, blue-based aristocrats deck anyway. Vault Skyward, if I want this kind of effect, I'm probably... I'd rather play white for this kind of effect. And I'm probably getting some kind of bonus, like some kind of size bonus on top of it. But, like, it's okay. But there's not a lot of creatures where I want to pay mana to give it flying. And if I am paying mana to give it flying, there's enchantments, there's creatures with activated abilities, etc., etc., where I can just pump mana and say, hey, by the way, you gain flying. Or creatures you control gain flying. So, doing this as like a one-shot thing, probably not worth it. Nurok Invisimancer. This is a hilarious card. One of the various decks I'm building is, I think it's Simic Unblockable. And I put it on my list as can't block this. Do you have to be a certain age to get that? Who was that? MC Hammer, you can't touch this. Yeah. The deck is based around stuff being unblockable. So normally you would be looking at, for something like this, you would be look at, oh, what do you call it? Not Phantom Monster. Phantom Warrior. Which is the exact same cost. Can't be blocked. It's a 2/2. Same cost. Can't be blocked. It's a 2/1. When it enters, target creature can't be blocked this turn. My commander, in and of itself, is blockable. Where are you? Cassetto. If I remember correctly. Yeah. In and of itself, it is blockable. It has an activated ability. Hey, Rar. it has an activate ability that um lets it become unblockable, but it in and of itself natively is blockable. Well, what I can do is I can play this one turn, the following turn drop an Invisimancer, attack with a now unblockable Cassetta, oh, I'm not doing Snake Tribal. Not for this one. Also, Snake Tribal is not as bad as you'd think. Um, there's a lot of actually decent playable snakes, and in the first trip to Kamigawa, so not Neon Dynasty, we actually had some payoffs for playing snakes. uh, stuff like Seshiro the Anointed. You know, other snake creatures you control get +2/+2, and then snake deals combat damage to somebody, you get to draw a card. That's a pretty good payoff, I think. Yes, it's expensive, but it's still fine. Um, and then snakes are often something more than just snakes. They're usually snake warriors, snake shamans, snake something. But these are where you would be looking at starting. And of course, you can always throw something like if you're in Simic, you can add an effect like Xenograft or Arcane Adaptation or something like that to say, hey, by the way, all my stuff isn't just snakes, it's also warriors and or it's also shamans and get the payoffs for those as well. I'm not I'm not talking about changelings. I'm saying your deck is already snakes. Just add you know, add arcane adaptation or something to give them an extra creature type. So then you get the payoff from um because like for example, Sosuke wants like it gives snakes a a power bonus, but then it cares about warriors dealing combat damage. So if you go, your deck is snakes, and then you go like Xenograft Warrior, cool. Now all my snakes are also warriors, so now this will also kick in. Or if you go with shamans as your arcane adaptation, well, now you know, now all your creatures, also being shamans, they now tap for double green. So I'm not talking about going down the entire changeling route. I'm just saying there's, add add a couple of cards. Oh, I are you thinking birthing bells? Normally I'm thinking Masquerade Nexus, but I think you might be thinking of birthing bells. Yeah. Is that the card you're thinking of? Which, to be fair, is a perfectly fine card depending on what you're looking for. But like I said, I'm not talking about the changeling route. I'm just because the Changeling, when I see that, it's because you need glue to put a couple other things together, but enough other disparate things that you need to keep together. Or you're trying to hit a certain creature type that doesn't get a lot of support. And Snakes has enough support, I think, to actually make it playable. So I wouldn't worry too much about going down that rabbit hole. But if you're looking at something weird like jellyfish, you might need to deal with changelings to try and have enough jellyfish to make it worthwhile. Son of a triskaidekaphobia. Let's see if I can fix this. Ah, shoot. That's not going to work the way I want it to now. I have to... Uh... There we go. Anyway, but yeah, I'm like I said, not looking not looking at going down that rabbit hole. Um, as for this, I'm just decided Simic for my version of Simic. It was going to be an unblockable deck, and this is actually a card that would fit that nicely. Probably would play this over Phantom Warrior, even though because I lose a point of toughness, but that's less relevant when your stuff is unblockable. And then the fact that I lose a point of toughness, but it's got to come into play that makes something else unblockable, which is potentially really incredibly useful. Then you get Volition Reigns. So, the starting point for Volition Reigns: 2 blue, 2 other, control magic. You control enchanted creature. For 1 blue plus 1 more, you don't get to steal just a creature. You get to steal any permanent that anybody controls and untap it. When we saw this card, when it came out, we were already thinking, Planeswalkers were new. But imagine stealing a Planeswalker that is about to go ultimate. You pay 6 mana, steal your opponent's Planeswalker, and ultimate it now. or anything else that's got like a big powerful effect. You know. And sometimes it is worth stealing something that costs less, depending on what that less is. If you are taking somebody's Smothering Tithe, for example, this can make up for. Take their Smothering Tithe, take their Rhystic Study, etc., etc. Just obviously remember, you know, this is a until the end of game. Make sure you give it back at the end of game. If you don't give it back at the end of game, I'm not responsible for what happens. But that being said, yeah, I take control of your planeswalker that you were about to ultimate, and now I ultimate it on you, and it's like, oh dear. And again, blue is the color known for best being able to play stuff, even though it doesn't say so on the card itself, on other people's turns. For example, Leyline of Anticipation. You may cast spells as though they add flash. This is not an unusual ability for blue to end up with. If you've got a card of that nature and you go, by the way, on your draw step, you can't cast you can't do anything that's sorcery speed as of yet, which includes planeswalkers. Volition Reigns. Yoink, I'm taking your planeswalker from you. Wait, what? Oh, cool. Comes back to me. Cool. I'm going to ultimate it now. Etc. Etc. Yeah. There's. It's unusual, but not unlikely for there to be something that costs less resources than this that you want to yoink. It's not unheard of. You usually want to take something that's more, but if the ability is strong enough, might as well. Black. Moriok Reaver. Honestly, the only reasons to play this card I can think of, it's vanilla, and it has two supported creature types. And that's it. I don't see a good reason for playing this card otherwise. Just if it was a zombie, I would actually be more interested. A zombie, a vampire, something like that. A human warrior, those are a dime a dozen in both cases. Necrogen Scudder. 3 mana for a 3/3 flyer. When it enters, lose 3 life. Is actually pretty decent because, sure, well, I mean, I'm not going to try and compare it to Vampire Nighthawk because I think that's a losing battle. Because Vampire Nighthawk is so efficient. But a 3/3 flyer for 3 mana in black is really good. And if you're doing anything at all aggro, this is one of the better options out there, in my opinion, if you're looking at flyers. I'd rather have something that's got, like, a life upkeep, but I am not, like, what are you? Oh, I remember what you're called. Like Fledgling Jin. The beginning of your upkeep, this deals 1 damage to you. 2/2 flyer for 2 mana. But they just turn around, rather than doing this 1 damage every upkeep, or, pay 1 life every upkeep, one or the other. This just, here, lump sum payment, done. Yeah, this is surprisingly reasonable for something that tries to be relatively aggressive as a flyer in black, and is very affordable. Corrupted Harvester. If you're looking at an aristocrat style deck, maybe you want this, but honestly, I don't like paying 6 mana and ending up with a creature that's only got that's got 3 toughness or less. Unless it's got something big like indestructible on it. I'm not paying 6 I'm not paying 6 mana and only getting 3 toughness. I would have been happier if this was like a 5/5, or I would have even said a 4/4. I would have been a lot happier with it. 6 mana, 6/3? No, thank you. I don't like 3 toughness on a 6 mana creature. But that's a me thing. That being said, maybe if you're building like if you take the general concept for how I build decks, here's the deck idea. Here's an interesting restriction to add on to it. Then, if you're building your decks like that, the only good thing to this card is the unlimited sack outlet. But I mean, yeah. But the problem with that is you only have 1 Viscera Seer in a 100-card deck, which is why if you go back to my mono black commons commander deck, which incidentally has had a recent, I think I managed to get a recent upgrade to the actual commander for this, thankfully. Bloodflow Connoisseur, like Ashnod's Altar, which is incidentally surprisingly expensive. Well, I shouldn't say surprisingly. Its last actual print looks like it was Commander Masters. Yeah, not a cheap card. If it ever gets a reprint again, because its last reprint looks like it was Commander Masters, that's when you should be looking at picking them up, because they'll drop for the first bit. But Ashnod's Altar, Bloodflow Connoisseur is 3 mana. This is 3 mana. Bloodthrone Vampire is 2 mana. Carrion Feeder is 1. 3 mana here. And Viscera Seer is 1. And everything else that I've got here costs mana in addition to sacrificing, in addition to sacrificing the creature. Now, to be fair, these are just commons. You can find better options if you're going higher rarity. However, I went through Like, I did a search for this kind of effect for some kind of useful payoff at common, and those were the best options that I could find at the time that I designed the deck, which, to be fair, is a couple of years ago now. But, um, yeah, I think if you're willing to go higher rarities, you should be able to find a sacrifice a creature, colon, do a thing a lot easier. Fallen Ideal or Fallen Angel. Wow. That's an odd one. Give me the time spiral version. Not saying there's anything wrong with the Secrets of Strixhaven, it just looks odd to me. Fallen Ideal basically gives enchanted creature where are you here? There's the original print, all the way back in Legends. Still less than $10. Um, sixth edition has probably got it's like the original art and then like basically the close enough to the modern text. And Fallen Ideal gives that to enchanted creature, and when the aura hits the graveyard, you return it back to hand, just like Rancor. But if you want to go with like now, you start hitting uncommons and rares, and you start opening it up to stuff like that, and that gives you more options to play with. So I I noticed Lost Caverns of Ixalan has a lot of support for aristocrats. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. But yeah, Corrupted Harvester. I'm iffy on this, but again, if you're trying to take like, as I was saying, if you're trying to do what I do, here's a deck idea, and then here's an interesting restriction to throw on top of it, and you go aristocrats, but horrors, then maybe you might end up having to play it. That's a thing I could see. Do I like it? Probably not, but it's probably okay. Like, it's probably at that point a card you would have to play. Painsmith. Today, TIL. Painsmith actually target creature, not itself. If you have a healthy number of artifacts in your deck, especially if you've got a way to cast them with flash, is not doesn't have to be solely, but especially so. um, this actually ends up being pretty good, especially if you've got a way to recast the same artifact over and over and over again. So, what was it? Emery? I think Emery would let you do that. Also, there should be enough. Oh, that's funny. You could toss this into. What the heck was the name of that general? Is that that Zero was dealing with. Noctis. Depending on how you build Noctis, recasting Ornithopter or Memnite or something similar with enough life gain triggers from something either entering or dying. You could go, wee. Gain a bunch of life, make a creature really huge on its front end, and then, like, potentially fling it at somebody or something. I could see a way to make that work. So, Bleak Coven Vampires. Bleak Coven Vampires feels like one of them cards that I really only want to be playing this if I can be sure I have Metalcraft. The problem is, it's like, it's an okay card once its ability has resolved, and I'm not sure the ability is enough to compensate. Although I do the funny thing about this is, because it's target player loses 4 life and you gain 4 life, if you put this in play with, like, if you have this in play and, well, obviously with Metalcraft, and you have an effect like Alhamrat's Archive, even if you can't target anybody else, you target yourself with it, and you would still gain 4 life via Alhamrat's Archive. And even without the archive, the game will still notice that you have gained 4 life. So anything that cares about you gaining life, even though your life total would be neutral, you would lose 4 life and then gain 4 life. So you're net neutral, but you still gained 4 life. So stuff that cares about you having gained life will notice the Bleak Coven Vampires gaining you life. Wait, what? Yeah. What's the other card's name? I can't tell. Oh, Alhamrat's Archive. It's because it's a weird card name. This is why you don't know what I'm talking about. I'll paste it in here for you. It is a really weird card. It's... yeah. And why is the secret... I mean, to be fair, I love that. I love that style, but I think I would rather have a regular version. But yeah, like I said, anything that would care about... Does this resolve recursively? What do you mean? Like, you're not... Between Bleak Coven Vampires and the Archive, you're not going to end up with an infinite loop. Alhamrat's Archive activating on the 2 cards you draw. Well, okay. So, it's a replacement effect. Replacement effects only apply once to any given situation. So, um, if you somehow ended up with two archives, because they're legendary, but if you somehow end up with two archives, you you draw a card from, I don't know, let's say Opt. The first Alhamrat's archive would see you trying to draw two, or trying to draw one, and it'd say, no, 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 you're going to draw two instead. The rules say, because there's there's no other sensible way to implement it, that a instruction that says, you know, there's no difference between draw three cards and an instruction that says draw a card, draw a card, draw a card. There is literally no difference between those. So, the second Alhamrat's archive would see you go draw a card, and would replace the first draw card with draw two cards, and the second draw card with draw two cards. And so you would end up drawing four cards. The first archive is not going to modify the second because it has already applied. So when you're looking at replacement effects, you can only apply them in you can only apply them in like you can only apply each one once to any given situation, but you get to choose what order to apply them in. So, for example, it says if you gain life, you gain twice that much life instead. And if you have another effect that says if you gain life, you gain that much life plus one. You can apply the gain that plus one and then double it, which is usually the way most people want to do it. Or you can apply the gain double and then add one, if for whatever reason that is the better situation for where you currently are. It's rare, but sometimes that happens. Anywho, but yeah, Bleak Coven Vampires. If you're playing Bleak Coven Vampires, the big reason I would play this card would be you're running Metalcraft, and the gain 4 life line is actually really relevant. And I will point out that draining somebody for 4 usually ends up being about 4 or 5 mana anyway. So you're with if you've got Metalcraft enabled, which should not be hard these days anyway. You're basically paying maybe 1 mana and getting a 4/3 out of it. So that is something to consider. Flesh allergy. This is hilarious. So this is one more than murder, and it's a sorcery. Additional cost, sack a creature. Destroy target creature. Its controller loses life equal to the number of creatures that died this turn. So, I would generally assume that this is going to be, um, additional cost, sack a creature, and burn your opponent for 2. I think where this is going to hit best is when people are still playing with creatures that regenerate. I think this is not unreasonable to I think this is not unreasonable to throw into an aristocrat style deck anyway, because you sack a few creatures, you do a few things, etc., etc. And then you go, oh, by the way, flesh allergy, sacrificing this thing, getting this effect because now that it's hitting the graveyard. And by the way, blow that up, and you are now going to take like 10 damage. Or whatever. I can see a home for that. Memorial side. The TLDR on this. Smite, I saw you say that in the chat room. I'm afraid I can't answer that, Dave. Of course, I'm seeing that, and now my brain's thinking of Chess Maniac 5,000,000,001. And if you ever remember Chess Maniac 5,000,000,001, if you don't, you should look into it. It's hilarious. It was put out by National Lampoon. It was actually a pretty fun chess game. The game actually legitimately tried to cheat. Like, you would actually see it trying to take a piece off. And if you hit a button, this is what happens if it takes too long. Like if you're taking too long during it. And if you don't respond fast enough, you've just randomly lost a piece. Anyway, Memorial side, as I mentioned before, with cards like this, the TLDR, 1, you have somebody in your group that likes to play one of those cards so you can have an unbounded number of in your deck. Your Slime Against Humanity, your Persistent Petitioners, your Rat Colonies, etc., etc. Or 2, you have some kind of combo deck and you really want to make sure that you do not have to worry about certain problem cards. Oh yeah, tell people I had the first computer I personally remember having myself was a 286 with Hercules monochrome green monitor. Anyway, yeah. So if you're, I myself have built a mono white combo deck with every combo I could think of jammed into the same deck, including like flicker effects and everything else. But no way to tutor up stuff. I think QBasic was line number programming. A friend of mine took the same deck idea and put it into Orzhov. The key that started the entire deck idea was Chrono Savant in your graveyard, generate an infinite amount of mana, use its ability to activate, try and bring it back into play in response to its own ability 1,000, a million, a billion times, whatever. Skip that many turns. walk away, go do something else. Come back later when the rest of the table is dead. Maybe you have to go start working on making dinner or whatever. And there's a handful of ways that you can still lose the game. And so you put in cards like Memoricide to get rid of those specific cards, like forcing people to draw from an empty library, etc., etc. Extract a handful of cards, and then just go on, do your own thing, let the rest of the table have their fun. Come back an hour and a half later once dinner's made or whatever else you have to do. And then go from there. And if you're not playing a deck that if you're not having to worry about one of those two kinds of cards, if you're not in one of those two kinds of situation, don't bother playing a card like Memoricide. It is not worth it. Psychic Miasma. Again, my typical reservation about discard being a sensible strategy for commander deck. That being said, this can allow you to use the same card to end up drawing, to end up making people discard 2, 3, 4 times off the same actual spell for a relatively inexpensive cost. So it's not bad in that context. Instill Infection. 4 mana instant, put -1 counter on target creature, draw a card. Would not generally recommend this for most decks. Even decks that care about -1 counters, I don't think I'd bother. I really, really don't. You're paying 4 mana to put a -1 counter on a creature and draw a card. I'm sorry, for 4 mana you can destroy target creature. Hell, you can exile target creature by this point for 4 mana. You really, really need to have a reason for paying 4 mana for a -1/-1 counter. And as for drawing the card, yeah, sorry, not worth it. That's almost like looking at Ember Shot and saying that Ember Shot is Ember Shot, 7 mana instant, 3 damage, chain target, draw a card. Being extremely generous, you're looking at something like 4 mana for 3 damage, 10/8 target, and 3 mana to draw a card. I don't consider that from either direction a good deal. And that's probably the most generous way that I can break it down to make it at all palatable. Instill Infection, the same problem. Blister Grub. 3 mana for a 2/2 with Swamp Hawk. When it dies, each opponent loses 2 life. You're playing Commander. Somebody's probably going to have a Urborg Tome of Yawgmoth somewhere along the line. Hell, you're playing Black. It might even be you. This is going to get through for damage until somebody goes like Wrath of God. Wrath of God, Damnation, Chain Reaction, Azuri's predation, etc., etc. And I will point out, this is each opponent loses life. So if you're going for like your mono black burn kind of deck, this is, again, this is not unreasonable. Relic Putrescence. Oh man. I want this on like somebody's. Oh no. Throw this on. Okay, the funniest thing I can think of to put this on is, what do you call it? Coveted Jewel, which a lot of people love. Oh yes, might, yeah. You see why I have concerns about Ember Shot. No, not worth it. But yeah, the funniest thing I can think of to put this on is yeah, is Coveted Jewel. And then you so play at least Orzhov, or actually it doesn't even have to be Orzhov. You could go mono black and run cards like Hex Parasite. I think Hex Parasite can eat poison counters. Excuse you. Target permanent. You're not a permanent. Damn. Okay. No, you might actually have to go at least Orzhov. But if you do that, Relic Putrescence, combine it with Solemnity so you can't get counters put on you. Coveted Jewel. Cool. No big deal. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. You're good. Don't worry about it. Somebody hits you and steals the jewel, and it's like, oh, guess what? Oh, you tapped it for mana and you drew 3 cards? Cool, you got a poison counter too. Yeah, yeah, but that's gonna be hilarious. Blackcleave Goblin. I realized some time ago that Infect and Double Strike both are kind of costed as though the creature had twice the power it normally does. So, if you have a 1/1 Double Strike or a 1/1 Infect, they're kind of costed as though they were 2/1s. I would assume that means a creature that has Double Strike and Infect natively would be costed as though it was a 4/1. Based on that premise, I would assume that Blackcleave Goblin would be costed as though it was a 4/1 with haste. Now, a 4 power for 4 mana, I'm not, is okay. It's not great, but it's like you should be looking around a 4/2, but it's got haste, which is worth a lot more than it first appears. It's a goblin. It's a zombie. It's in black, which is actually really good for pumping its, pumping its creatures. So you're going to have a bunch of stuff going on there. You're in black. You've got Infect, so giving more poison, proliferation, not unreasonable. If you're building a mono black poison deck of any sort, I think this is a reasonable card to throw in. If you're looking at playing with damn it, my chair moved on me. If you're looking at playing goblins or zombies and you want some kind of alternate win available, I'm not as fond of it there, but do keep in mind, it deals damage to players in terms of poison. It doesn't actually deal damage and then give them poison. The damage is dealt as poison. Which means that if this gets brought up to, say, a 5-power creature, let's say Bad Moon, some kind of Zombie Lord, and some kind of Goblin Lord. You play this. You swing. You hit for 5. They're at 5 poison. Regardless of their actual life total, they're half dead already. One more hit from this creature, and they're out of the game. Even if you house rule it to 15, 2 more hits, they're out of the game. The difference between 10 and 15 poison is not as big as most people think it is. Red. Volshock Heartstoker. It's fine. When it enters, target creature gets +2/+0 till end of turn. If you've got a way to flash this in, that is suddenly much bigger. If you can flash this in somehow, this can block as a 4-power creature. Or can pump something else for 2, which, again, yeah, Vidalcan or Reed, or if you're playing blue, you've got Leyline of Anticipation. If you're playing green, green has got ways to play creatures with flash. There's often ways. Ether Vial. There's a few different types of ways to do it. Even something as simple as Quicksilver Amulet, letting you just suddenly drop a creature into play. Black, I think, has got a couple ways to reanimate creatures as instant. So there's that. I think white might also as well. And giving +2 power at instant speed to a creature with First Strike, Double Strike, Trample, Infect, Flying even. A good number of, there's a good number of combat-based abilities that suddenly an extra +2 power actually makes a difference. On a regular creature, it's fine, it's okay, but on something that's if you're able to hit your commander with it, your commander might actually be able to deal with the last couple of points of commander damage to somebody. But hopefully your commander already has one of the aforementioned abilities. Menace / Mega Menace, needs 3 creatures to block it. But yeah, that cards with that kind of effect really want flash. Phyrexian. So 3 mana for 2/2. Pay red and sack an artifact. Gets +3/+0 till end of turn. This is trying to be another ATOG. And depending on your perspective, potentially better. Also potentially worse. Because this is 2 mana for 1/2. This is basically a red squire. But sack an artifact to give +2/+2 till end of turn. This is an extra mana, an extra power. You do not get any toughness boost from this guy. This is strictly going to power. All effects of Vanguard? Wait, what? Maybe if you're doing some kind of red-based red/artifact-based aristocrat stack, maybe I could see it, but I don't think I would. Flameborn Hellion, 6 mana for 5/4 haste, attacks each combat of Fable. Not completely unreasonable if you're building a deck based around haste and you're building on a budget. I think this is actually reasonable because 6 mana, 5 power with haste. 4 toughness is actually quite a bit, surprisingly. And it's 3 cents. That's funny. 6, 5, 4, 3. Yeah. I think if you're looking at, haste dot deck on a budget, I think this is reasonable. Also, if you're playing Hellions, you just might have to. Oh yeah, there's only 23 Hellions, period. Whoops. Let's try that again. Yeah. Great Desert Hellion doesn't exist. So, kill Great Desert Hellion. If you house rules that you can play Obosh as red only because it's hybrid, you could get away with playing 22 Hellions. You are mostly, and you would be looking at Gruul. Yeah. Hellions, yeah, you have to play it. Blade Tribe Berserkers, 4 mana for 3/3. When it enters, if you've got Metalcraft, it's a 6/6 haste till end of turn. Again, Metalcraft, aggro, reasonable. You swing for 6, you swing with a 6/6 haste for 4. You assume it's just a 3/3 after that. If you're lucky, you get to flicker it again later. Oh my gods. If you find a way to flicker this, because if you're playing Metalcraft, I would assume that you are probably aiming for Boros. You build a Metalcraft deck and have a way to flicker this on your turn, pre-combat, you can swing for 6 pretty consistently with it. Scoria Elemental. No, would not play. 5 mana for a 6/1, it dies to a Stiff Breeze. It will probably kill a lot of things it goes up against, but if you're looking for a kill spell, again, Aftershock, Lava Flow, Fissure, Introduction to Annihilation. And those are just commons, never mind uncommon and rare cards that have a similar kind of effect that you can play to go destroy target creature, not care how big it is. Scorial, just no, pass. Ox of the Daredevil. 2 mana for 2/1. Second artifact, give it haste till end of turn. Not a card that I would play for this ability, but it is a free sack outlet for your artifacts. And again, with the wealth of colored artifacts that there are these days, so you can find red artifacts, for example, these days. Not completely unreasonable. Embersmith. Whenever you cast an artifact spell, you may pay 1 to deal 1 damage to any target. You are looking for a payoff for playing artifacts and you're in red. This is a payoff. In fact, you could use this with a aristocrats build. So because you're going to want artifacts coming in, pay a little extra, do an extra ping, and then when they, and then you sack them to some effect, and then it dies, and then you get some other effects. So you can use more of it that way. Ogre Gear Grabber. I mean, the way he's holding things looks like he's trying to, like, knit or crochet or something like that until you realize that's a spear and a shield. And he's going doink, doink, doink. Whenever this creature attacks, gain control of target equipment and opponent controls until end of turn. Attach it to this creature. When you lose control of that equipment, unattach it. The funny thing about this, remember what I was saying before about equipment? We mentioned Colossus Hammer. Imagine Ogre Gear Grabber coming into play, stealing somebody else's Colossus Hammer and attacking for, suddenly attacking for 14. Colossus Hammer. Oh, sorry. It's not a come on play ability, which would kind of be redundant. It's an attack trigger. Oh, my dog. Throw this in Ishin. I'm going to steal 2 equipments now. Yeah. Okay, I can see that. Barrage Ogre. 5 mana for a 3/3. Tap, sack an artifact, 2 damage, change target. There are enough artifacts that have abilities, that have things that you want to do when they hit, when they go to the graveyard or when they leave the battlefield or whatever. So, as an example, Ichor Wellspring. When it enters or is put in a graveyard from the battlefield, draw a card. So it enters, you draw a card, you fling it at somebody, you draw a card, and you do 2 damage to someone, something, whatever. Now, again, are there better outlets for that? Sure. But this is also dealing damage in the process, so maybe. Oxidus Scrap Melter. If I'm just looking at something to blow up an artifact, this is probably about where I want to be looking. You're like, wait, what? But can't you do this more efficiently? You can. But here's where you gotta take a look at things. This is cheap enough that it's reasonable to cast. It has a useful ability, and it leaves behind a useful sized body. 3/3 is a reasonable, like it's not huge, but it's reasonable. Compare this to, I think, a good example in another conclave. Oh, what do you call it? I can't remember what you called now. Conclave Naturalists. 5 mana, you get a 4/4. When it enters, destroy target artifact or enchantment. Great card. You know, you're paying 3 mana for you're paying 3 mana for 4/4 and getting disenchant on top of that. This is 1 less mana. This is, you know, a 3/3, which is a reasonable size. This is a creature that I'm not unhappy to play. You can do it for less, but you're left with like a 1/1 or a 2/1 or a 2/2, which dies to a stiff breeze. A 3/3 is something that starts requiring some actual effort. So, you want a creature that comes into play and blows up an artifact, and you're in red? Something like this, I think, is a reasonable starting point. Melt Terrain. I would generally not recommend Melt Terrain, largely because for an effect like this, I would rather have something that's a bit more flexible. See the aforementioned Aftershock Lava Flow Fissure. However, if I'm looking for a card that's in there just to blow up land, or if I'm looking for a red burn spell, this is okay. I wouldn't go out of my way to play it, but this is, if it's something I need access to, it's okay. Cerebral Eruption. Target opponent reveals top of their library. This deals damage equal to that card's mana value to that player and each player they control. If they reveal a land, you get Cerebral Eruption back to hand. You want for this to be worth it, I would say you're looking at wanting to reveal at least a 3 mana card. I think 2 would be acceptable. I think the only time I'm unhappy is if it's 0 or 1. 2 is okay. 3 is like, I think I'm looking at like 2.5. You know, if I hit 3, that's like a 60%. A 2's a 40%. And anything below that is like a definite fail. But anything higher than that, I'm happy. But if it's land, I get it back to my hand and I get to try again later. Hilariously, if you get to force people to play with the top of their decks revealed, this gets absolutely silly. Because then you can go, oh, guess what? I notice you've got like a 7 mana dragon on top of your deck. Okay. Guess what? You and everything on your board can take 7. Like, Open image, new tab. There's this fun card in Yu-Gi-Oh! Simply called Regeki. It's got this nice simple line of text that says destroy all monsters your opponent controls. Or I think if you actually do manage to multiplayer the game, which is unusual. It wasn't really designed to be multiplayer. It's destroy all creatures your opponents control. But if you take it at more of its actual text, Cerebral Eruption can you have to choose a player, and then you board wipe them. Cerebral Eruption very easily can be a Regeki in red. Yeah, if you're looking for a Wrath effect in red, it is hard to come up with something that's a Wrath effect in red that doesn't deal damage. I think the least expensive that you get is like there's Jawcall Hops and then other variants thereof, and the ones that I can think of that can just destroy all creatures also blow up all lands, which means and some of them even blow up all artifacts, which makes it really difficult to be able to cast anything again on top of that. So you better have a commanding board presence somehow. Hey, Carapace Forger used to be a big deal in Pauper back in the day. Again, Metalcraft, if you have Metalcraft, this is a 2-mana 4/4 as soon as you've got Metalcraft. In other words, if you've got 3 artifacts and then cast this, it comes into play already as a 4/4. It's not a 2/2 and then becomes 4/4. It comes into play as a 4/4. You want to go aggro. You're playing with enough artifacts. Carapace Forger is your friend. Again, compare Gulma's Warden being a 4/6, Oriox Sunchaser being a 3/3 flyer, etc., etc. Lightsmith. Well, I was going to say I probably wouldn't bother with this, but then I took another look and I'm like, wait. I will point out, every color has a smith. Lifesmith for green, Embersmith for red, black was Painsmith, blue was actually really good, Riddlesmith. Whenever you cast an artifact spell, you may draw a card if you do discard a card. And I forget what white had. Oh, Mirrorsmith. Whenever you cast an artifact spell, you can pay 1 if you do make a mirror token. Again, another card that, what's his name? I'm drawing a blank on his name. That Zero might want to consider. If he's looking at flooding the board with artifacts, artifact creatures. And these are all whenever you cast an artifact spell, not when it resolves. So this triggers before whatever you're trying to do. So, you have this out, and then you go, okay, fine. Turn 3, I'll cast Soul Ring. Pay a mana. Cast it. Pay another mana. Gain 3 life. Soul Ring resolves. By the way, now I'll play my 3rd land. I think if you're looking to gain a reasonable amount of life in a green deck that has a healthy number of artifacts to it. And I don't mean like clue tokens, I mean actually casting artifacts, which is unusual but not impossible. Uh, and you're looking to gain life, I think this is a reasonable way to go about it. But you are looking at a green deck that cares about artifacts. And that's unusual. Uh, Wing Puncture. Wing Puncture, if you are playing with creatures with Death Touch, this thing is silly. However, the problem with Wing Puncture is that for an extra mana, you can just destroy target creature with flying. And sure, it may have to be a, it may have to be a sorcery, but a card like Atrax's Fall, 2 mana sorcery, destroy target artifact, battle, enchantment, or creature with flying. Some of these options also give you the ability to be, instead of, like, some of them are modals, some of them are, are like this. Some of them exile graveyards, some of them gain you life. A lot of them will give you, like, destroy an artifact or destroy an enchantment, or possibly either one. Destroy a creature with flying, and then, like, this other third option. So the problem with Wing Puncture is it's really cool. It's really cool and all. But unless you're playing with a bunch of stuff that's got Death Touch, I wouldn't bother, because, for an extra mana, maybe an extra 2 mana, just destroy target creature with flying is so easy and so much easier to main deck. So, would not, but it's a nice idea. Mortar Beast. 5/3 trample. Whenever an artifact is put in a graveyard from the battlefield, this gets +2/+0 to end a turn. What does green like to get for tokens? For artifact tokens? I think it's largely treasure tokens. Heaven forbid you go something like turn this on 5, bootlegger stash, and then start tapping your tokens, and then just go, hey, by the way, I'm going to attack with, like, if you've got any way to give this thing first strike, it gets dumb. And that's not even, like, this isn't even me trying to break it. This is, like, first thing I can think of off the top of my head. Really, really good. Azuri's Brigade. 4 mana for 4/4. Metalcraft, it's an 8/8 trample. Again, turning on Metalcraft, this is Commander. Turning on Metalcraft should be easy. This should come into play as an 8/8 trample. Actually, here's a good question. Let me pull out my Mardu Elf deck and see what I have. Group cards by type. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Only 6? Details. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. 6. Alright, so for my elf deck, this would not work. However, it would be relatively easy to take an elf deck, make a few changes, maybe some stuff that involves clue tokens or treasure tokens or what have you. In fact, my commons only deck. This is the wrong card. My commons only deck uh, had until recently Glittermonger in it, which has got an ability where it's like tap, create a treasure token, and you do that, you just have a few random treasures sitting around, and next thing you know, Azuri's Brigade suddenly kicks in and is now an 8/8 trample. So I think this is worth a consideration in an elf deck or any other kind of deck where you're trying to like hit for many lots of damage. If you're willing to put the reasonable amount of effort of having enough artifacts in there. I think I think to hit Metalcraft, you probably want somewhere around the ballpark of 20 artifacts. However, they don't have to be artifact spells, but you need about, I would say, about 20 artifacts in general. So you're looking at replace a couple of your lands with artifact lands. Like, for example, if I take a look at my dual lands, for example, replacing one of them, let's say, maybe replace the filter land with the black green bridge, whatever it's called. Replace one swamp and one forest with Tree of Tales and I cannot remember what the black one is called. Tree of Tales and Great Furnace, Ancient Dawn, See the Synod. What's the black one called? Vault of Whispers. So, this would bring me up to what? 6, 7, 8, 9. And then, like, some other stuff that, you know, comes into play and does a thing or whatever. And suddenly, hey, by the way, here's a treasure token. If I got anything here that creates tokens that are not creature tokens. Not saying there's not. I actually don't remember. Nope. Okay. But yeah, that would get me about halfway there, and then just like some other random stuff that comes into play, makes a map token, or when this dies, create a treasure token, or whatever, something of that nature. And it wouldn't take long to turn on Azuri's Brigade. So my elves might turn into Moss Diamond and Moss Diamond and Worn Power Stone maybe, or Thran Quarry, or not Thran Quarry, Thran Dynamo, etc. Alpha Tyranax, if you're playing, honestly, if you're playing vanilla dinosaurs or something of that nature, maybe. Otherwise, pass, because this has been power crept by like Colossal Dreadmon and stuff of that nature. Teleshalot Defiance, target creature gains protection from artifacts till end of turn. Um, and then you draw a card for 2 mana. I mean, the worst it is you pay 2 mana and draw a card, which is not, it's not amazing. It's not amazing, but it's okay. Um, it doesn't have to be a creature you control. And then protection from artifacts. Do you know what that does? If you can bypass Shroud, Hexproof, Ward, if those are not things you have to actually contend with. Oh, you're attacking me for how much? Toshala Defiance. Guess what? All your equipment falls off now. Until the end of turn. Thunk. Okay. Now I'll block. And now your creature dies. But I... yeah. Really good at suddenly stripping something that's got a bunch of equipment on. Down to like, hey, by the way, yeah, no, it's just you. Teleshalad Fallen, 4 mana for a 3/1 protection from artifacts. In fact, that protection from artifacts is going to be questionable on how useful it's going to be. But it's got Infect, which again means it's going to be based on being like a 6/1. Which averages to about a 3/4/4/3. So protection from artifacts, yeah, that's about right. Again, dies to a Stuff Priest. However, it's an elf, and it's in green. Two colors, or sorry, two qualities that are really good for making sure you can pump your team. This thing, I think, is not unreasonable to, oops, I accidentally killed you because, I don't know, you have enough elves and other pumps of some description. What were you called? Oh no, were you 3? Oh yeah. Gulladrim Brigade. It's a 3 mana 2/2 elf. Other elves you control get +1/+1. But basically has multi-kicker of green +1. And the ability is called Squad. It's basically multi-kicker. You can pay that additional cost a number of times. When it enters the battlefield, you make that many additional tokens, token copies of it. So if you pay like 11 mana, 3 initially, and then 8 more on top of that, so that's going to be 4. That's going to be 5 copies. Yeah. And then all your elves are going to get like +5/+5. Yeah, never mind all the other elf tribal synergy BS that's going on. Yeah, this could accidentally end up one hit, one killing people. Untamed Might. This is a scalable giant growth. It doesn't look amazing. This is arguably better than Hell from Beyond, etc. But it's also, 15 years later or thereabouts. No. Yeah, 15 years later or thereabouts. It's 4 mana to get equal to giant growth. But what it does allow you to do is it allows you to spend like 12 mana and give plus 12 plus 12. Like 12 mana on Axe. And there are some cards that care about casting Axe spells and so forth. So it's not bad. I'm. The problem is you can get to plus 4 pretty cheaply, pretty easily. So I question how good this would be. But it's okay. Tangle Angler. 4 mana for a 1/5, so again, averages to a 3/3. With Infect. Okay, so should be treated as a 2/5, so averages to about 3/4. Not unreasonable. Pay green to make target creature block Tangle Angler this turn, if able. So I attack with this. Pay green. You have to block me. It has an effect, so that's already dangerous enough. The silly thing is, if like there's all sorts of things that you can do with this. If it had Death Touch, for example, if this had Death Touch, your like this wouldn't be a 14-cent card. This would probably be like a $10 card by now. Because you pay a bunch of mana, because there's a lot of ways to generate an infinite amount. Well, it doesn't even, just a bunch of mana. And go, hey, by the way, all you guys have to block me. You're in green. Lots of pump available. You know, it's the kind of card that would make people go, oh, hey, by the way, you know, here's a giant growth, etc., etc. By the way, kill all your creatures. Yeah, be afraid, be very afraid. Tangle Angler. It's only got Infect. If you're going for like a green-based Infect deck, I question it. I think there's better options. It's okay. It also doesn't have like a well-supported creature type, so. Acid Web Spider. 3/5 for 5 with reach. When it enters, destroy target equipment. You're paying 1 green more than Giant Spider. You're getting +1/+1 over Giant Spider, which is about right anyway. But then you've also got the optional, when it enters, you may destroy target equipment. And there's a lot of equipment that are good to blow up. Like, this is... I have no problems throwing... Like, you want to throw this into, like, a random deck? You know, you're playing green. I need something to just... I need something to deal with flyers. I need something to this, that, whatever. You're playing a random deck that's got green in it. This is fine to throw into a generic green deck. Cisbearer. This is really strong. This is, again, this is being costed as though it were like a 4/3. 4/3 mana. This is, like, it's slightly undercosted for being a 2/3, but as soon as it's got an effect, it goes, like, it just, it's over. And yeah, you are, again, if you're playing any sort of Infect deck and you're in green, this is a solid card to throw in. You want this. Again, there's a reason it's 21 cents for a common. It's really, really good. Alright. There's nothing with a multicolor identity that is uh that actually is multicolored. Or sorry, there's nothing with a multicolor identity that's monocolored. There is one multicolored card, which is Venser the Sojourner. 5 mana, 3 loyalty, +2, flicker permanent, -2, creatures can't be blocked this turn. -8, whenever you cast a spell, exile target permanent. This thing is dangerous. This thing also, I mean, a typical, what's the word I'm looking for? Benchmark is what happens with this thing if I've got a doubling season in play. Don't assume you're going to have doubling season in play. But how much effort do I have to put in if I've got doubling season in play for this to be able to ultimate? The short answer is this with a doubling season in play still needs some effort. But not a lot. This, because a lot of planeswalkers, if you have doubling season in play, you can ultimate them right away. This will go to +6, or sorry, we'll go to 6 loyalty. You +2 it, that makes it 8 loyalty, which means on your next turn you can ultimate it. So you have to wait a turn. Which is not bad. Here's the funny thing. A common starting point assumption. I play Planeswalker. I have to activate its, its big ability like 3 times, its big plus ability like 3 times, and then I can ultimate it. Venser. 3 loyalty. 5, 7, 9. And then I can ultimate it. It'll be left behind with 1 loyalty, but it'll be left behind. That is a typical assumption. Usually, well, often, a Planeswalker, doubling the season in play, you can cash it in right away. It is rare to see a Planeswalker that you have to wait more than 1 extra turn to be able to cash it in. This is fine in that context. It's not going to break the, like, they gave the cost just right, I think, to make this actually work. Also, -1 creatures can't be blocked this turn. What? Like, that's just a silly line of text to throw on an Azorius card. This is not an ability white normally gets. Oh, I think they went with the -8 being white, the -1 being blue, and the +2 being Azorius. But yeah. Yeah. It's hard. I would have trouble finding, like, I would have trouble not being able to find a place to put it. I'm sure I could find a home for it somewhere. Type artifact. What do we got for artifacts? 82. I'm not going through 82. I will go through a handful of cycles. Really? Are they not all? Really? Huh. Okay. All right. All right. The 5 Trigons. The Trigons are okay. What you the way you so they all need to be built into a specific like you cannot play any of the Trigons without playing the appropriate color because they all have an activated ability that cares about like that requires 2 mana of the appropriate color and tap to put a charge counter on it. Technically you could do it otherwise, but because the rules for Commander you can't. Trigon of Rage, and they all work the same way. 2 mana artifacts, enter tapped with 3 charge counters on, pay 2 and tap it, and remove a charge counter from it to do a thing. Pay 2 mana of the appropriate color and tap it to put a charge counter on it. Rage is red. Target creature +3/+0 till end of turn. Mending is white. Gain 3 life. Sorry, target player gains 3 life. Thought is blue. Draw a card. Corruption is black, which is -1 counter on target creature. Green is probably the most dangerous one. You create a 1/1 insect creature token with Infect. Like, green and blue are both really good, and corruption in certain decks is going to be, is going to work. But, yeah, blue and green. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were all 2-drops. You're not. Oh my gods. I am a fool. Rage and Mending are 2. Thought is 5. Corruption and Infestation are 4. That explains why you cost some. Wow. That completely changes things. I thought they were all 2-drops. Oh, you don't enter tapped. You just enter with counters on it. Please hold. Give me a sec. There's that big thing that's still in the plastic. Whatchamacallit? The big white thing. Looks like a chip. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I didn't see it, so. It's down there. It'll look like a ginormous marshmallow. Yeah, right over there. Okay. Alright, sorry about that. Have a friend over. He's apparently getting ready for bed. He's like, yeah, you got a bigger blanket I can use? Yeah, there's one already down there. Oh yeah, I forgot about that thing. Anywho. Yeah, I think the only one I would actually bother. I think I would play the green one because Infect and the white one if I cared about gaining life. I'm kind of meh on the rest because Trigon of Thought I can do better. That being said, because these all deal with charge counters. Nah, even so, even with that, it would take a lot for me to do like, because here's the thing: Trigon of Thought for one more mana over the cost of Trigon of Thought. I have Urza's blueprints, which I'm going to be able to get at least 2 cards out of. Definitely at least one. And if I'm trying to do this all at once, this is 7 mana. And Urza's blueprints is 6. Yeah, it would take a while for this to catch up to what I can do with to catch up with what I can do with Urza's blueprints. And yeah, no, just and to make these better, you need proliferate. Whereas Trigon of Infestation, I don't think you need proliferate shenanigans. Incidentally, the token is also green, so all the all the bonuses you get for it being a green creature, you've got your Paragon of the Wilds or whatever it's called, and Gaia's Anthem and all that jazz. Yeah. What about the replicas? The replicas are all 3 drops. They're all 1/3, 3/1, 2/2, or the blue one is a 1/4. So it's actually the chunkiest and the one with the highest combined power and toughness. And they are all artifact creature with an appropriate creature type. The blue one is a wizard. The white one is a cleric. The black one is a warrior. The red one's a berserker, which I think is hilarious. And the green one's a shaman. They all have an activated ability that requires it's either 1 or 2 to activate. At least one, 1 mana has to be the appropriate color. So if it's 1 to activate, it's 1 mana of the appropriate color. If it's 2 to activate, it's 1 mana of the appropriate color plus 1 of whatever else. And you sacrifice it to do some effect. Volshock Replica, if you're trying for some kind of aggro strategy, I think it's worth considering. None of these are as a sorcery. So it's 3 mana for a 3/1, which is not terrible. Pay 3 and sack it to deal 3 damage to a player. Target player. Nurok Replica, being the chonkiest at a 1/4. Blue +1 and sack it for unsummon. Oriok is a 2/2 cleric. White and sack. Prevent all damage a source of your choice would deal to you this turn. So somebody's trying to, that could be a creature, that could be a spell, that could be all sorts of things. Any choice, any source you want, you just have to go, Pikachu, I choose you, when the ability goes to resolve, I believe. Yeah, as the ability resolves. Since the ability doesn't target the source, you can choose a source with protection from artifacts. It's only going to prevent the damage to you. Moriok, 3 mana 2/2, black and 1, and sack it. Draw 2 and lose 2 life, which I think is eminently reasonable. And Sylvok Replica, 3 mana, you get a 1/3 shaman. Green and sack, naturalized, which I think is really good. So let's try and zip through a handful of the rest. Saberclaw Golem, 5 mana for 4/2, pay a red to give it first strike till end of turn. Nitrogen Sensor. Enters with 2. Man, Nitrogen Sensor I like. It's a 3 mana artifact that enters with 2 counters on it. Tap it and remove a charge counter from it to make target player lose 2 life. If you're going for some kind of burn strategy and you've got any kind of proliferate shenanigans at all, consider this thing in your deck. Glinthawk Idol. 2 mana artifact that you can pay white to make it into a 2/2 bird with flying till end of turn. And whenever another artifact you control enters, you can have it trigger the animation ability. In other words, it's got a triggered ability and activate ability that both do the same thing. So you can activate it however you want, whenever you want. Molten Tail Mastercore, based on the original Mastercore. Which was this guy. 4 mana, 4/4 artifact creature. Beginning of your upkeep. Discard a card or sack it. Pay 2 to deal 1 damage to target creature and pay 2 to regenerate. Molten Tail. 4 casting, 4 mana artifact, 4/4, so same size. Upkeep, sack unless you discard cards, so same activation, same upkeep cost. 2 to regenerate, but instead of paying 2 to deal 1 damage to target creature, it's pay 4 and exile a creature card from your graveyard, 4 damage to any target. The thing is, like, it's a lot to do it, but it's 4 to any target, and because it's any target, again, planeswalkers count, battles count, opponents count, creatures count, like anything that can take damage. Thunk. If you cannot find a way to make this work, I don't know what to. Obviously, you need to have enough creatures in your graveyard to be able to start making it work, but you don't need a lot. Razorfield Thresher, power crept hard. In fact, Final Fantasy has got probably the best. Final Fantasy's got probably the best 7 mana creature I can think of. It's at common. It's a 7 mana 6/6 with vigilance, reach, and trample. This was a 7 mana 6/4. Yeah, no. Don't just. There's a. During this block, there's a. I think it's a 6 mana 4/4 that if you've got Metalcraft, it's a 6/6. Play that instead. This basically averages to a 5/5. Snapsail Glider. 3 mana for a 2/2 with Metalcrafted Scout Flying. For a long time, it would have been fine. You can now do better. But it's, again, you're playing on a budget, this, that, whatever else. You're playing with a bunch of artifacts. Somehow, Snapsail Glider is going to be a 3 mana 2/2 flyer in a that doesn't require you to play a particular color. It's perfectly fine. Tumble Magnet. 3 mana. Oh, this thing is so good. 3 mana artifact enters with 3 charge counters. Tap and remove a charge counter from it. Tap target artifact or creature. Again, if you this is a sort of card you want proliferate shenanigans to go along with it. In construct, like in other formats, this was actually so good. It's okay in Commander. I'll be honest. I was overselling it, but like in other formats, this thing is just so good. um, this really works best when there's only a couple, only a couple of only a couple creatures or only a couple of artifacts you want to have to worry about. That being said, it does allow you to tap your own stuff too. So there's a handful. There's not a lot, but there's a handful of artifacts that say, as long as this is untapped, do a thing. For example, Howling Mine. As long as this is untapped, at the beginning of each player's draw step, that player draws a card. There's a handful of cards that have that kind of text. This will shut it off. You can shut it off on your opponent's, at the end of your turn. Nobody else gets to draw extra cards. Untap everything so that on your, when it comes to your turn, you get to draw cards. You get to draw extra again. Rust Tick. 3 mana for 1/3 that you can choose not to untap, and then pay 1 and tap it to tap down an artifact until this becomes untapped. Yeah, if you're considering a card like Tumble Magnet, you want Rust Tick to deal with artifacts, you use Tumble Magnet for your creatures. Rusted Relic. 4 mana. If you're playing with enough artifacts, this is basically a 4 mana 5/5 creature. Which, again, heading for something vaguely aggro and Metalcraft, yeah, play that. Your various towers. Tower of Calamities. This is definitely the weakest one. It's not weak, but it is the weakest one. 4 mana, 8. All the towers, there's I think 4 of them. 4 cast, 8 tap, do something big. 12 damage to target creature. It is not useless. There are decks that are going to want a card like this. Stuff that, cards that run, decks that run cards like Stuffy Doll and Brash Taunter are going to want something like this. Soliton, blue to untap, 5 mana, 3/4. The fact that it's blue : untap this creature means that you can throw something on it and just like heavy ballista, for example. Heavy arbalist. A quick creature doesn't untap normally. A quick creature has tap, 2 damage to any target, quick cost of 4. Drop the arbalist. Drop the Soliton. Equip the arbalist to the Soliton. You now have blue : 2 damage to any target. Tap, blue, untap. Tap, blue, untap. Tap, blue, untap. 2 at a time. Silvok Lifestaff. I'm less thrilled with this, but for 1 mana, for common 1 mana, one to equip artifacts, this is actually pretty decent. I mean, you'd be comparing this to things like Short Sword. Cannot remember what the other one is called. Leonin Scimitar. Also, Honed Kopesh is literally the same card. You know, you'd be comparing it to that. I think this is probably slightly better because it does something if the creature does die. So, I think in general, I would play that over the others, but... ... Oh, by the way, there's the Heavy Arbalist. Oh yeah, and the Spell Bombs are also in this set. And then, let's get through the lands real quick, because there's too many artifacts. Okay. 5 lands that are part of a cycle, and then Glimmer Post. So the 5 lands are all so-called fast lands. Not generally fond of the fast lands in general, because it's like they enter untapped if it's at most your 3rd land. If it's your 4th land or later, it's going to enter tapped. It's a 100 card singleton. Chances are by the time you get this land, by the time this land shows up, it's going to be your 4th, 5th, 6th land, whatever. It's going to be fairly low down. So it's going to enter tapped most of the time. I would just assume that unless you're playing like an aggressive deck that really needs it to be, turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, an untapped land, I would assume that this is going to enter tapped. At which point, why am I playing these? I might as well play the common ones that do something more. Come and play in Game Me Life, ping an opponent, surveil, scribe, whatever, stuff of that nature. As for Glimmer Post, there's just enough cards that you can actually make Glimmer Post gain you more than just 1 life. There's enough loci that you can actually, loci being the plural of locus, not locuses, that you can actually do something with it. But you really need to push that sort of ability. Otherwise, the only reason to play this is it's a colorless mana source specifically. And that being said, that is Scars of Mirrodin. Next week would be Mirrodin Besieged. Yeah. The Swords of X and Y are in this block, and they are silly, and this is probably this might be the most popular one. This is seen play in a few places. Psychosis Crawler, too many. This has been, oh yeah, this was in, how about Green Sun Zenith? Nope, because you were banned in, are you still banned in Modern? No, you got released. Consecrated Sphinx. I might be Consecrated Sphinx, I think, is going to be my thing for next week because everything else is Double Masters 22, Iconic Masters. Yeah, I think we're looking at Consecrated Sphinx for next week. Anyway, I'm running a little later than I wanted to, but hey, life happens. Good night, everybody. See you next week. Bye.